Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall and to Council Chambers. This meeting is called to order. Today, our invocation will be given by Pastor Kevin Jennings with Mount Olive Lutheran Church. Pastor?
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Council members, and citizens of our city. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Eternal Lord, ruler of all, graciously regard those who have been set in positions of authority among us, especially the mayor and city council of our city, that guided by your Spirit, they may be high in purpose, wise in counsel, firm in good resolution, and unwavering in duty, that under them we may be governed quietly and peaceably, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Audrey Cox. She's a senior at Arlington Christian Academy, a National Honor Society member, and a 9-year participant at the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. Audrey?
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Audrey, thank you, and good luck in your studies.
Thank you.
Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember Sylvia Campos will be participating by WebEx. I don't know if she's joined us yet. Ms. Campos?
Yes, here.
Okay. May we see you also?
Yes.
There
here.
you are. Thank you. Eric Cantu. Here. Gail Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. Here. Deputy City Manager Michael Rodriguez.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. That takes us to Section E, and that is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. And today, standing in for Mr. Zanoni is Michael Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. We have one item this morning. We have a presentation that Jeff Edmonds will provide to the City Council and community. Just wanted to give you a quick heads up on a North Padre Island Seawall community meeting we have tomorrow. So I'll turn it over to Jeff to give you the details.
Okay, I'm going to go over a little bit of a review about the project, and this is the first meeting that we've had that's really directed at the general public. So this is a review for everybody. The seawall prior to the project, the situation was that the seawall was privately built back in the late 60s, early 70s. It is in a poor state of repair. The owners, due to prior legal rulings, they cannot restrict public access to it. They couldn't get insurance on it. Any catastrophic damage was not eligible for FEMA public assistance. And some of these questions over the seawall were an impediment to development there. So these are some prior actions. This is a project that was first included in the FY24 CIP to rehabilitate the seawall. We've had some various meetings, like I said, that were directed at the property owners and acquiring the easements that we needed to assume maintenance and to construct this project. In January of 25, the city voted to accept the easements and to assume maintenance responsibility of the seawall, which is a huge boon to the adjoining property owners there. And I think that has the potential to really unlock development in the area. Now, one thing that I've been pursuing based on the challenges that we had with the Packery Channel and the FEMA reimbursements, we tried to take action to help ensure we don't go through a similar I guess, do loop with FEMA if there's ever any catastrophic damage to the seawall. So we got a letter in February 25 that we think is going to help enable us to receive FEMA public assistance in the event that the seawall is damaged. And you may recall we had some funding issues with TERS 2, and in January of this year, we took action to be able to fully fund this project. That might be a little hard to read. That's the current CIP page that was adopted at that January TERS meeting, and just under $17 million total project budget. Next steps. So we have incorporated some landscape architecture features into the design that is going to be previewed for the first time with the public. We have, as per the easement agreements, the adjacent property owners have reviewed those and approved that. Some prior looks at this that you might have seen, we had some benches and some shade umbrellas. The folks primarily in the condos were not in agreement with that. They didn't want any of those in front of their property. So the adjacent property owners have previewed this and agreed to what we're proposing. We're having the meeting tomorrow and to go over the path forward on the project. We're planning on advertising for bids this summer. Hope to start construction shortly after Labor Day. And this is the advertisement of the meeting. Everyone is invited. It's at Wyndham at 5:30 tomorrow. And that concludes my comments.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Jeff, thank you for the presentation. I'm really appreciative to the staff and to this council and the board for prioritizing this for especially District 4, but for the whole city. This will be a project that adds tremendous protection and enhancement to that area. And so I really do hope everyone takes note and comes out and provides some feedback so that we can make sure when we go into that 100% design and we move forward that it looks good. But I just want to say thank you for your hard work. I know that the teams had worked tremendously diligent to make sure that this was fully funded and highly prioritized. So thank you for that.
Jeff, is there going to be, you said the meeting is for kind of to overlook what the path forward looks like. Is there, we don't have a timeline right now in terms of what we think we're going to, how much time we're going to need to take care of this, improve it?
For the construction? Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be over a year of construction. I don't have the exact amount. Craig Thompson with Hanson is the project manager. He's going to go over the details about the construction. And I'm going to go over, some of it's going to be review. I'm going to go over some of the background on this that you've seen previously. And, you know, why we're doing this and the steps we've been through and kind of some of the issues that, legacy issues that have existed on this, and then Craig is going to go over the current condition and what they're proposing to do and what these new features are. Okay,
and that's great. I think it's important that we get input from the community, the direct community out there. So thank you. We appreciate the briefing. Was that all you had, Michael? Oh, Councilwoman Paxson, do you have another comment?
The question on the timeline reminded me. I appreciate also, and I'm sure we'll bring this up tomorrow at the meeting, one of the things we talked about greatly was trying to facilitate our peak seasons in that beach with that construction, which you said it could take a little over a year, and I think that would drive that number as well. So I'm sure we'll talk in detail on that tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, thank you for the presentation. Michael, thank you. So it's 11:42. We're going to go ahead and start our public comment. And so as we begin the meeting, I want to take a moment to address the rules of decorum. The council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion and decision-making and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It's not a stage for personal attacks or disruptions or vulgarity, so we're not going to tolerate those violations of decorum. We're here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. And I will ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum, which will appear on the television screens above.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful to one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So in-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive 3 minutes and non-residents up to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near our city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. And today, we have 22 speakers. And we will start with Robin Sanders. Ms. Sanders.
Good morning. I'm Robin Sanders, District 1. I want to start with the oath of office that each of you took. I was here and watched it. You end your oath of office with, and so help me God. I want to speak today about the travesty of the FEMA fraud attempted. We know that this happened. We know that it was let go criminally. But what we did not hear about or discuss was who are the people that perpetrated this fraud. One of them is Devendra Bhakta. Who is he? He's the chief of the board of directors of the appraisal district. How did he get there? You appointed him. Are there any repercussions to Devin Bhakta for attempting to steal $2 million in potential tax money? And we wonder, why are our taxes going up? It's because of that type of action. So what do we do about it? You have to do something about it because you appointed him. You can remove him. He's in an extremely powerful position. And I can tell you now, as a landman, he fully takes advantage of that position. You don't just wake up one morning and say, gee, I think I'm going to rip off $2 million. I'm going to do it by committing fraud on a FEMA document. That's premeditated. He's probably done it before. He'll probably do it again. It is your honor that's at stake. And it's our money that's at stake. How can you allow someone with that low of credibility in a position to do that? For our city attorney, Texas State Tax Code, Chapter 6.033. That's where you need to look. You file a resolution, the exact pathway to do this is written in that code, and also reference 6.035. Please do your duty.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Bradley Bartleson.
I think you have the order out there. This isn't slide 1. Still, got to go back, please. Brad Bartleson, Corpus Christi. We can no longer stand to have one vote at a time and selling water to all comers. We need a city strategic, defining our values and strengths, what we want to become. For example, do we continue taking on more industry for city revenue at the expense of our beaches, fisheries, and tourism? With a city strategic plan, we can decide how much water we need to produce and for who. Our strategy will protect us from AI data center operations that incur high power demand, raising the cost of power, have high water demand, offer few jobs, and revenue going elsewhere. Our bad bootstrap energy deals saw huge tax abatements, didn't get the jobs, and incurred high water use. So are we making good deals or simply funding campaigns based on economic growth when our industry tax abatements cost millions of dollars per employees? From our city strategic plan, we generate a water strategic plan displaying cost of living impacts and use figures of merit to make water sales decisions. Cost-benefit analysis of water resource options moves us from one at a time and opinion votes onto physics and finance and using portfolio decision-making. Cost-benefit ratio needs to be our common lingo. On the left, our water resource options are ranked by this, ranging from 0.03 to 0.73. The green highlighted group is a portfolio selected by best cost-benefit ratio, meeting a demand of 163 million gallons a day. Recently, water projects were advanced on a one-at-a-time basis, totaling $408 million, with no referendum, no cost-benefit ratio, no portfolio analysis. And we've not seen transparency that our shortage has been driven by industrial demand amidst decreasing residents' demand. The Mary Roads pipeline is our largest current source, was recently brought up to 70 MGD. Now we understand it has a potential of 100. 40-year and recent precipitation maps show that this can be relied on in periods of drought in our watershed. The pink area has the San Antonio, Mission, Guadalupe, Blanco, Aransas rivers running under the MRP, offering cheap fresh water to swiftly add to our capacity. As a point of fact, the voice of the people is 3-1 against Inner Harbor when this is done on an equivalent fair basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Sandra Meyer? Sandra Meyer? Mr. Followell?
Ready? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so I'd like to start with Mr. Cantu. Thank you, sir. Last time I was here, well, a couple of times ago, you were talking to Mr. Weasley off Harry Potter, and you were saying that, asking him if it was illegal for him to violate my rights, and he said it wasn't as simple as that. Well, it was and is as simple as that. That's why I'm talking right now. So, Mr. Weasley from Harry Potter, you're either corrupt, you're a liar, or in my personal opinion, you are both. And if you are both, the council controls your job. Citizens control council. So if y'all don't want him working anymore, tell them. If they keep them here, get rid of every single one of them. Does that make sense? And you got one less corrupt person here, right? That's how that works. All right, I'm again here to talk about Mr. Officer Martinez. I had a little chat with the chief last time I was here. Gave me some excuses of why they got into the house with no probable cause. Either way, Mr. Martinez is not allowed to beat women. Okay, the excuse is that he has a badge, so now he gets to sit at home and we got to pay for it. I think that's BS. What do y'all think? BS. All right. I am wearing a police shirt. I went to the police academy. I got certified. Can I go in any of your houses and beat up your sister or daughter? If I did, would I be sitting at home getting paid? No. So that's aggravated assault, which it says person, not cop, person, He's a person. There's no exemption from being a cop. None. He should have been thrown in jail until he could bond out. Of course, if he's poor, like most people, you sit in jail for 180 days till you get a speedy trial. He didn't get no bond. He gets to sit at home on taxpayers' dollars, sitting there, getting paid. I don't think that's right. How about you? Laws lose authority the moment the people enforcing them become exempt. If the law only applies to citizens, but not the badge politicians or government in general, that is a form of control. A free society cannot survive under double standards. So what are we going to do about it? One law, equal accountability, with no exceptions. Power without accountability becomes corrupt. Rule for thee is never freedom for me. Does that make sense? So, Mr. Weasley, whenever you're ready and you want to, you can give me a public apology. If not, I'll be up here every single time coming up here and talking just about you. Does that make sense to you? Can you get that through your brain or not? What you did was wrong. You're a tyrant, and it's not fair to the public. So I thank you for your time. Appreciate you letting me talk. Mr. Cantu, good job, sir. He's a piece of shit.
Chris Gilbert. Chris Gilbert. Statement of fact.
Yes, statement of fact here. Just wanted for Mr. Falwell's information with regards to the police officer. We do have an agreement with the Police Officers Association that is kind of like a union agreement. So we do have some requirements that we do have to fulfill. It is not something that we are doing intentionally. With respect to Miles Risley's employment, under our charter, he's hired by the city manager and affirmed by council. So we don't have direct authority over him in terms of his employment. However, there are opportunities to change the charter at some point in the future. Thank you.
All right. Chris Gilbert. Is Chris Gilbert here? Alejandro Chavera, sorry.
Alejandro Chavera, District 3. I'm back today to talk about these, how could I call them, rain cashers that I've been talking about. These systems are in place already in other countries, but they only run like 5 or 6 panels, maybe 15 feet tall, feeding 20 to 30,000 people in villages. What I'm talking about is making the whole river system a way to get more water into the river. This would require more than Nueces County. This would require every county that sits along the Nueces River. And the reason I'm saying that is I've studied the underground rivers, and I've seen them. When I used to build water burgers up in west of Houston, northwest of Houston, we saw the big holes, and you could see the rivers underneath running underneath. I mean, might have been maybe 100 feet down. You could see these rivers. What's happening is man is just building and building, not realizing that how are you going to keep up with this, this people, this industry? You're just draining and draining. We're not having no rain right now, so that's even worse. These require rains to happen for them to put more water into the system. And all we're doing is just draining and draining and draining. What I'm talking about is something that's never been attempted by any country, nobody. Like I said, they do 5, 6 panels. I'm talking about hundreds of panels. I mean, I've already collected on a 3x4 panel that doesn't move. Remember the rain last night? Well, I already got close to 10 gallons on a little panel. I mean, we're here, we're wasting time. That's why I needed this meeting with you guys. I cannot talk about everything right here in 3 minutes. Another thing is foundations. Everybody's having problems with foundations? Get Black River rock. Take the soil away from the foundation. Go maybe about 8 inches. down and come about a foot out, and then slant right into the bottom of those 8 inches, and then pile those rocks in there. Keep that place clean. You'll see that those rocks are going to make water. They're going to keep that area moist. I mean, me, fortunately, I have grass. Another thing is, the problem that I'm seeing is that when they're building houses and stuff like that, everybody forgets about solar orientation. These guys, if they took another hour to plan these houses, oh, sorry, I'll continue next week. And I'm still waiting for the phone call.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Scott Barraza.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Barraza, Nueces County. Let's talk about the administrative stonewalling of information by the city. I recently submitted 2 public information requests, one for the hydrologist reports and another for the well mitigation plan. Included in your packets are the results of those PIRs, an outrageous price tag to produce 2 reports and the permit special conditions, and the same 4-page document posted on the Securing Water website. Notice that condition 4D is not fully included. The sentence literally ends with a comma and a blank space, exactly as I pointed out during my last council comment. Since February, I have repeatedly requested the written well mitigation plan contemplated under these permits. I submitted a PIR specifically seeking that document. Yet to date, the city has failed to identify any actual mitigation plan. A monitoring program is not a mitigation plan. The permit contemplates action, not merely observation. So I have to ask, why can't the city produce this document? At some point, continued refusal to clarify compliance obligations begins to look less like oversight and more like deliberate indifference. The repeated production of unrelated monitoring documents while refusing to answer direct questions regarding mitigation procedures appears to constitute a constructive denial of information. My requests remain unanswered, so I have filed an AG complaint in response to the documents I received at my PIR. I also requested a hydrology report I previously referenced here. First, I was told it could not be released because it was a draft. Then, after resubmitting the exact same request, I was told it would require 40 hours of labor and $723.50 to fulfill. That gives the optics of not wanting to release it, doesn't it? 40 hours to place what is essentially 2 reports onto a flash drive. I requested clarification with the city on those costs. When that went unanswered, I submitted an AG cost complaint. I judged institutions by actions, not press releases, not talking points, and not promises. Actions. If I'm having this much trouble now just trying to get answers to how the city will deal with the issues caused by the wells, what can I expect when actual real-world issues start? I've yet to see clear-cut plans on how to deal with damaged wells. I've yet to see the source of the proof that these wells won't cause issues. The only thing I've seen is a stonewalling of information. If the Evangeline wells can potentially cause issues and is now granted a contested case status, what does that say about the Nueces groundwater wells? 24 million gallons a day on 22,000 acres versus 27 million gallons a day on 265 acres. I think you all know what is coming. And based on the actions I've seen, not the promises, the actions, if wells start failing, rural residents are going to be left shit out of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barraza. Michael, can we address that?
So our city attorney's office manages the freedom of information request. So Miles.
We administer the public information requests in accordance with state law. We handle between 2,000 and 4,000 every year.
So are we working with him to get the plan he's asking for?
We have responded to the requestor in accordance with state law.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I can give this to our constituent coordinator and ask for a copy to be made. Michael, if you could get a copy of each of these pages in Mr. Winkleman's possessions, I would like a response to each of these questions so that it's relating to each item. I don't know where the breakdown is. Every time I ask Mr. Winkleman, he feels he's provided the information. So I think this gives us a good outline that perhaps we can close some gaps. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can do that.
Susie Saldana. Oh, Councilman Cantu.
Miles, are we really charging the public this kind of money to get open record requests?
$15 an hour is actually a pretty, I mean, it's hard to find people who will work for $15 an hour.
$723 for their information is that's a lot of money. $723 for documents that they want to see.
$15 an hour is the statutory charge. We get that from the department we made the request to. And that's the time it takes for them to compile this information. Normally, our cost is going to be much higher than $15 an hour because it's hard to hire people at $15. So our cost is probably going to be $1,500 to respond to the $1,500, maybe $2,000 to respond to that. And those departments don't have that just sitting around otherwise.
Is there cities that don't charge fees?
For information that's not currently available, I mean, I think also that this is the statutory methodology. It's a statutory cost plan. $15 an hour is, that's the statutory amount. I don't think there are cities that are charging less than 15 that I know of. Cities make vast amounts of information that are available to the cities, available to the public online. This is what he's requested is information that hasn't been made available online, and we're simply charging the number of hours that have been reported to us by the department.
Okay, thank you.
Susie Saldana.
Okay, now, where do I put this so it shows? I need to show it for it to show up on the screen.
Okay, we'll have to use that. There's a dot camera there. Let me get that for you.
Here?
Can someone assist?
You can show me. Thank you. This is Susie Luna Saldana. And I come before you because you're going to be handling some things today, and I need for you all, as well as the people of Corpus Christi, to understand where it's coming from. Who signed petitions and who signed impeachments? These are the people that are responsible. These are the people that are responsible for what you're going through. These are the people that are responsible for bringing it. And you got to tie the things together. You've got people there, and we all know about Ms. Caballero. She's the one that filed it. Everybody talks about it. However, there are other people in there, people that need to be brought to the light, that people that need to know who is doing this and why. You've got a hoteler in there that you refuse to look at the permits that they allegedly misinterpreted and were fraudulent. You refuse to look at them because they were good people. But you're willing to hear about a $2 million of a person whose life you have actually tried to destroy. That tried to destroy, tried to bring it down. This is more than a witch hunt. This is on you sitting on those benches to try to get it straightened out. Impartial? Are you impartial? Ask yourselves, what are you doing about this? These are the people that signed your removal and your impeachment. And why? So that someone else can sit in that chair from here till the end of the term? Is that what it's being looked for? It's going to be the highest vote getter. We all know that. Who's going to sit in that chair if you succeed in removing or impeaching the mayor? I am interested in justice. I am interested in stop spending our money. Stop spending it on things that are not easy to do and that you're doing as a political thing. Let's face it, it is political. Don't tell me you're doing it for dignity or respect. If that was being done, then you would have found another way to do it. This is being done for political reasons, and I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of coming here and telling you what you need to do because you're not going to do it. But the people, the citizens of Corpus Christi, have a right to know who started it, why it was started by a competing hoteler, who you do not want to touch, who is being paid, whether under the table, on top of the table. Let's find out.
Eddie Flores.
Eddie Flores, District 2, Corpus Christi, Texas. Hi, I'm here. Let me tell you, good afternoon, good morning. I had a great visit with in my district. It's an old district, and it's in District 2. I believe Silvia Campos, she's my representative, but they sent a city staffer. What a great attitude, man. I mean, she explained everything. We walked the whole block, the city staffer and I. And I come here because where I live, the sidewalks are terrible. And if you're in a wheelchair, even if it's a battery powered, you're not gonna make it. But this city staffer was very polite, very knowledgeable, and she took the time to explain to me. And I know my district is an older district. I've lived there 47 years, and it's changed. And my District 2, where I live, it's by Del Mar College, right off of Ayers, where the Ayers bowling lane is. And the problem there, too, with our streets is because we have no drainage. There's no drainage, there's no sidewalks, and the sidewalks that are there, they're broken up. Time and replacement needs to be done. But I came here to say, look, I appreciate what everybody's doing here. It's not an easy job being a city council. I realize it. And I don't want to be like Austin or San Antonio. I want to be like Corpus Christi. And you'd be surprised how many people love Corpus Christi. And our kids don't want to live. They did not want to, go away from Corpus. But, again, jobs, education, and so on and so forth. But in our area, and I would invite the mayor and the city manager or any city councilman, take a tour with me, walk with me. This morning I did my walking, and it rained some in my area, but we have no drains. So the water just stays here, and it's terrible. So I wanted to thank, personally, if Silvia Campos is listening, thank you to the city staff, for she was very polite, very knowledgeable, and Mayor, she did a great job to explain to me how the system works. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Jaden Birdwell.
I'm Jaden Birdwell. I'm a resident of Corpus Christi. I'm here to ask this council why building our local pipeline infrastructure was never treated as a priority, while protecting public integrity and regular families clearly isn't one either. You spent 5 years and millions of taxpayer dollars chasing a failed billion-dollar desalination plant, all while letting treated wastewater flow straight into Oso Bay instead of piping it into the refineries. Now regular families are paying the price with mandatory water cutbacks this September. Meanwhile, our neighbors are drowning in economic hardship. We have a visible, heartbreaking homelessness crisis on our streets right now, including disabled individuals and veterans who served our country, while working families can barely even afford the soaring cost of basic gas, water, electricity, and groceries. Instead of taking care of the people already here, what do? You roll out the red carpet for a massive multi-billion-dollar AI data center campus to pull from our regional power and grid resources. The city is already warning us that the utility rates are going to spike again to fund these supply expansions, and we've already seen the insane rate projections heading towards 2030. You are forcing local residents to subsidize the extreme energy and infrastructure demand of massive tech companies while our own people are priced out of their homes. If you want to know why residents don't trust your planning, look at who you are hiring and managing. We just watched a regional water tester get indicted on 10 felony counts for falsifying water quality documents. Go straight to our city laboratory. Meanwhile, look at our streets while former officer Alicio Martinez was arrested for assaulting a victim on a service call. The other officer caught on viral video just last month, who went to a home for a wellness check, slammed a young woman to the ground and beat her, hasn't even been arrested. He is still walking free while the department just investigates it. How can we trust your multi-billion dollar infrastructure plans when you can't even secure the safety of our homes, the stability of our wallets, or the integrity of our tap water? Stop chasing corporate quick fixes. Stop sacrificing our resources to data centers and heavy industry. Clean up our city departments and take care of the citizens of Corpus Christi. And when I was walking in here, I had, homeless people asking me for money. This is very sad, to have all of this, going on, especially disabled people, veterans. There's people, literally missing limbs, sitting right behind this place. And I know they're getting little bits of help, but I mean, it's basically nothing, but thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birdwell. And as a statement of fact, I want to point out that the area there where we do see homeless is right behind City Hall, but in front of Mother Teresa Shelter. And they, so there are they're clients, and they wait for the shelter to open and whatnot, come in and out of that shelter. So doesn't make it okay, but I'm just letting you know that's why they're there. Miriam Guerra Rashidi. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a real quick statement of fact while you're coming up to the last speaker. We realize and we prioritize that there's members in our community that need some additional services to get directed to. And in our last budget, we created a new position. We added one back so that we can start to address the issue. And taking that a step further, we're also working with the university to really try to address the issue in new ways that are effective, and it's the beginning of the process. But we do recognize it's a priority. Thank you.
Go ahead, Miriam.
Okay, I'm a little frazzled, so hope you're having a great day. Miriam Guerra Rashidi, District 1. In 2015, Pope Francis wrote the encyclical Laudate Si on the care of our common home. The same year that the Obama administration repealed the Crude Oil Export Act, which greatly impacted Corpus Christi to the detriment of many residents simply trying to defend their homes and their environment. Pope Francis begins with a prayer by Saint Francis, who called this planet our sister, Mother Earth. But then Pope Francis continues, and I quote, "This sister now cries out to us because of the harm we have inflicted on her by our irresponsible use and abuse of the goods with which God has endowed her. We have come to see ourselves as her lords and masters, entitled to plunder her at will. The violence present in our hearts, and I'm inserting here, by greed, pride, and arrogance, lack of compassion towards the animals and the people whose homes have been stripped from them, is also reflected in the symptoms of sickness evident in the soil, in the water, in the air, and in all forms of life. This is why the earth herself, and I'm including here, in Corpus Christi and throughout the coastal bend, burdened and laid waste, is among the most abandoned and maltreated of the poor. She groans in travail. We have forgotten that we ourselves are dust of the earth. Our bodies are made up of her elements. We breathe her air, and we receive life and refreshment from her waters. The earth, including especially the water, is not a commodity for us to sell to the highest bidder at the expense of people who deserve the right to access to clean drinking water. Not just the people here in Corpus Christi, not just the people, but the animals, everything, our ecosystem, we are all suffering, and we need to do something about it. Let us make a stand here in Corpus Christi against the Trump administration that has, again, rolled back regulations for the protection of our environment. We have to take a stand. Please, I beg you. Water is not a commodity. Our bay is not a commodity. Thank you. God bless you and your families. And I just want to let you know, I really enjoyed the prayer you sang the other day. It was beautiful. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Fatima Guerra Rashidi.
Fatima Rashidi, District 1. Today, I'm going to quote Sir David Attenborough, who's beyond wiser than I am. After living for nearly 100 years on this planet, I now understand the most important place on earth is not on land, but at sea. The future of humanity, and indeed all life on earth, depends on us. The ocean's power of regeneration is remarkable, if we just offer it the chance. We are in reach of a whole new relationship with the ocean, a wiser, more sustainable relationship. The choice lies with us. If we save the sea, we save our world. But in Corpus Christi's perspective, if we save our bay, we save our city. Water is not a commodity. Thank you, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you, Fatima. Julian Hernandez. Julian Hernandez. Jared Suarez.
Jared Suarez, District 2. Well, I see we still don't have handrails throughout the entire ramp on the side of the building. I suppose disabled residents are not entitled to the same level of care and consideration as everyone else. Instead of spending over 100 grand on an elaborate gated entryway, perhaps some of that money should be used to widen the entrance to this chamber so wheelchairs can safely and comfortably enter and exit. The narrow doorway and limited time allowed for the automatic doors to remain open create what I believe to be a serious safety and fire hazard. I also respectfully request that the city add a dedicated ADA violation category to the 311 app. At the last meeting, the mayor told Eric Cantu that he was out of order while striking her gavel. Maybe the audience should have gavels themselves to strike when the mayor breaks decorum. Several weeks ago after my speech, the mayor laughed at me, which can be seen and heard on camera. Then last week, multiple speakers discussing tennis and pickleball received applause without issue. Yet when they applauded for me after my comments, the mayor immediately ordered the room not to clap. These actions are hypocritical and selective. A petition to pursue the mayor's impeachment was legally filed and passed by majority vote to move forward through lawful channels. If everything was done legally, why is the city and the council members being sued over exercising lawful civic action? Majority of the residents want your removal. For a city known as the body of Christ, our actions should reflect those values. Instead, what we see are actions of another Judas. Many residents feel betrayed by the very officials elected to serve them. That is why I hope that this council will consider placing a full independent financial audit on a future agenda so the public can have transparency and confidence regarding potential conflicts of interest and financial influence. May Christ, through the intercession of our Blessed Mother, renew the faith, integrity, and unity of this city. Don't forget to pray your rosary. God bless.
Isabella Reza.
Okay, Isabel Isa, District 2. I'm a co-founder of For the Greater Good, and I just wanted to talk about the 8 projects, water projects that we're manically pursuing. Our group has estimated it to be about $2.1 billion of costs and about $47 billion in terms of operating costs. And we think that the water rates are going to increase about 115%, and all of that is like this claim for economic development and the impact that the petrochemical industries would have on our local community. But I wanted just to share with you that I went to Texas Workforce Solutions page and looked at their targeted occupations, and I also went to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics to look at their data. And the Workforce Commission only bothered to report 2,324 jobs directly related to the oil and gas sector. There are 187,690 jobs, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, in the Corpus Christi metropolitan statistical area. That includes all of Nueces County, all of Aransas County, and all of San Pat County. So I went through the listed occupations in the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and I read all of those, and I tried to identify all the jobs that were connected or that had like industrial or chemical connections. And I came up with 5,150 jobs. That's still only 2.7% of all of the jobs in the area. And I want to just kind of talk about how in February of 2023, there was a group called the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit that came to City Council in good faith and had really asked for and done their homework around a sustainability committee and got time to meet with Zanoni. And, you know, the cynics who have been around for about 10 years now were like, oh, these poor people have all this hope in our city council. And I just want to say that had you all listened to them and thought about the sustainability committee, like this is the stuff that we would be talking about, is those industries that we are recruiting, do we have enough resources for them? Now there's that rumor of the data center that's going to use millions of gallons, and it's only for 200 full-time jobs. And then you're manically pursuing things, and we're at this water crisis. And one of the proposals is to actually have people work only 4 days. Well, guess what? That day that public institutions aren't going to be operating, people are going to be in their homes. They're still going to need water, and their allocation is going to go up. You guys aren't solving the problem. Y'all are just doing this smoke and mirrors. And I'm glad that people are starting to pay attention, because you're seeing the hypocrisy, the unfair treatment, the catering to industry that For the Greater Good has been talking about since 2016, since the water boils. It's never enough time.
Thank you, Ms. Ariza. Adam Rios, you have a statement.
Statement of fact. I've heard the data centers mentioned a couple of times. Those are out of the city limits. They are in Robstown. It is Nueces County, but it's out of the city limits, so we wouldn't be the provider for that, I wouldn't think, or would we?
Well,
water supply. I know.
And we all are getting water from the same source. So
yeah,
that's fine.
it is outside, minus like a parking lot that's inside. All right, thank you. Mr. Rios.
Yep. Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, District 5. I just wanted to talk about the support that I have for a local nonprofit known as the Golden Mike, and I wanted to talk about the work being cultivated through their nonprofit Raps and Apps. What is happening through this program is far more significant than a single showcase or a community event. It is building infrastructure for artists in our city that have long possessed immense creative talent, but have often lacked consistent pathways for that talent to be nurtured, elevated, and sustained. As both a supporter and participant in this organization, I have witnessed firsthand the effect it is having on local artists. There's a tangible energy surrounding the program, one rooted in opportunity, collaboration, and belief. Musicians who once felt unseen are finding confidence in their voices. Audiences are reconnecting with the power of local art, and young creatives are beginning to see that a future in music and culture is possible here in Corpus Christi. And that matters, because for years, many artists in South Texas have created in isolation, carrying the weight of limited resources and minimal visibility despite possessing world-class originality and perspective. Programs like the Golden Mic and Raps and Apps help bridge that gap. They create spaces where artists are not only encouraged to perform, but also given tools, mentorship, visibility, and community support that can genuinely alter the trajectory of their creative lives. I've heard consistent praise surrounding the program through conversations with community leaders, artists, business owners, and even elected public officials, all of whom recognize the importance of investing in creative infrastructure that supports local talent and strengthens community engagement. What excites me most is that this still feels like it's only the beginning. Corpus is filled with artists capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with creatives from other larger cities. The difference is opportunity. And programs like the Golden Mic and Raps and Apps are helping create that opportunity here in Corpus Christi in the Coastal Bend. They are proving that artists from South Texas deserve not only recognition, but investment. As an artist and creative myself, I understand how rare it is to encounter programs that genuinely uplift creatives while simultaneously building community around them. The Golden Mic and Raps and Apps is doing exactly that. It is planting seeds that will continue to grow for years to come, not only for musicians, but for the cultural future of Corpus Christi itself. I ask everybody to get involved and learn more about this nonprofit. And I believe that investing in this is not only beneficial to artists, but for the future and cultural identity of the creative city that all of us call home in Corpus Christi. Anyway, that's all I got. Just wanted to spread that for you all. Raps and Apps, a lot of videos being filmed here, a lot of producing going on here with Grammy Award winners. There's a big movement happening in Corpus, so just pay attention to it because it's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Melinda de los Santos.
Good afternoon, Melinda de los Santos, District 2. On a positive note, I want to give kudos to Sean Flanagan from Citizens Defending Freedom for an outstanding One Nation Under God prayer rally held Sunday, May 17th at Cole Park, where we celebrated 250 years of One Nation Under God. There were many citizens that united to pray. And see, now we had rain last night, and we have a 30 to 80% chance of rain all week. Thank you, Sean. What is truth? There has been a lack of truth regarding our water, some fraud documents, etc. I came across this while doing some research, that throughout history, systems built on deception have depended upon hidden accounting, manufactured scarcity, narrative control, selective enforcement, institutional opacity, fear conditioning, and the manipulation of perception over reality. When genuine transparency enters such systems, those benefiting from darkness often experience revelation itself as a threat. Not because truth is evil, but because truth removes the protective camouflage surrounding corruption. The greater the deception, the more violent the reaction to exposure. False authority fears verification. Truth welcomes it. Because what is true does not fear examination, and systems aligned with honesty, mutual consent, transparency, and accountability become stronger when exposed to light, not weaker. The deepest terror for manipulative power structures is therefore not war, scarcity, or chaos. It is a humanity capable of thinking critically, verifying independently, rejecting fear-based control, withdrawing consent from deception, and recognizing that no institution outranks truth itself. For that reason, I do support the pretrial hearing regarding the mayor because the citizens of Corpus Christi deserve truth. Lastly, regarding the city health, some of you may remember a group of citizens speaking, requesting adding information to the informed consent, regarding the COVID vax. There is an abundance of information regarding specific lot numbers where there's a 4,000% more adverse events than others. There's certain lot numbers with near zero adverse events because those had a saline, placebo, or water with the label. There are lot numbers with the moderate adverse events where people experience fatigue, myocarditis, blood clots, hospitalization rates increased 300%. And there are lot numbers with catastrophic, where stroke, cardiac arrest, neurological damage, death rates of 8,100% above the statistical norm for any pharmaceutical product in history. Please, parents, do your research. There's a lot coming out of there. There's even the Children's Health Defense is seeking potential plaintiffs. Thank you very much.
Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. As far as the public information request, I'm not sure that the community is aware that over the course of the last 2 years, there's been at minimum 13 findings by the Attorney General's office where the city of Corpus Christi overcharged and they were forced to provide public information that they were fighting against supplying. I personally, the fact that it's $15 an hour is a little bit of is misleading the community because the city also charges a 20% overhead charge. I got charged $107 for 3 text messages. $107. So this is not working with the community. This is a bureaucratic office withholding information that belongs to this community because we pay it via our tax dollars, and that is 100% clear that it is not transparency. So there is an issue in the legal department with providing information to the general public via public information requests. And I'm asking this council to please address that because whenever city staff does something wrong by lying, it looks bad on the council. So please look into that further. Second thing is I am very, very proud to be the originator and filer of the petition for the hearing today to remove Mayor Paulette Guajardo. Sensationalists make this something bad because they're getting paid to do that. They're getting paid to make this be negative. And they're getting paid to think. They don't think for themselves. They think based off of who is paying them how to think. We should all, as a community, be standing up against violations of the city charter. We should all be standing up against corruption. We should all be standing up for demanding accountability by our elected representatives. And we should all stand up against tyranny. Truth fears no investigation, and they don't fight and sue your peers, and you don't fight to not be deposed again unless you have something to hide. So far, there's 2,489 votes on my petition to remove the mayor, and that is not just 5 or 6 people. That is a good chunk of this community, and it's 5 times more signatures than any petition in this city has ever filed online. So I ask you guys to please do the right thing this afternoon. You did not file this petition. You did not file anything else. We did it as a community, and I ask that you follow the city charter today. Thank you.
That concludes our in-person public comment. Rebecca, do we have a phone?
Yes. Sean Merritt is the first person signed up. Oh.
Okay. Sean, what?
Thank you very much, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Sean Merritt, D5. I'm speaking because the public record surrounding this removal petition is becoming blurred and it needs to be clear. The process began with Homewood Suites incentive issue. Questions were raised involving disputed FEMA material approval concerns, later litigation expansion, testimony, disputes over what was known, when it was known, how decisions moved forward. Those questions eventually led to a citizen petition under the charter. That is where this started. The petition itself is not a criminal proceeding. It is a charter removal process. The allegations raised include malfeasance, incompetence, misconduct, neglect of duty. Evidence is reviewed, findings reached, process moves where the record leads. Federal court has spent time examining how the charter functions, and when citizens' petitions, removal authority, and interpretation questions collide, at one point the absurdity was highlighted with, well, I guess we can't remove the mayor at all because the charter says he and she's a woman. And that was an exact quote. Behind that moment was a larger issue. Citizens initiated this process. Council did not write the petition, create the allegations, or originate the complaint. The mayor has publicly argued this effort is really about desal, tied to Inner Harbor, tied to Corpus Christi's water future, tied to water interests, tied to democracy itself. Public discussions have shifted from Homewood, FEMA questions, conduct allegations, and the petition process toward a desal narrative. Record clarification means separating those subjects. If removal becomes the desal fight, the public gets pushed into false choices. Support desal or support corruption. Question Inner Harbor or oppose long-term water planning. Demand accountability or be labeled anti-water. You can support desal and still demand evidence review. You can question Inner Harbor and still support future water supply. You can reject corruption without opposing desal. The standards should stay simple. Establish facts, review evidence, apply equal standards, protect transparency, maintain the public trust. If the allegations fail, let the record show it. If evidence supports findings, follow the charter. Do not bury a removal process inside a water argument. Do not turn accountability into a political label. Establish the facts, review the evidence, reach findings, protect accountability. Truth fears no investigation. And I'd also like to say, Mr. Hernandez, did you go to the mayor's school of law here? Imagine a trucker in contract with the city gets a DUI and hits somebody and injures them severely. Is he going to pull out his Teamster's card as a shield from arrest? Come on now. Same thing with this Officer Martinez. He committed a crime. He needs to answer to the swift Texas justice. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Next is Alberto Certuche.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Certuche?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Albert Certuche, District 3, owner of Hard Life Bait and Tackle and Team Hard Life YouTube. Our channel has over 200,000 subscribers, and we're growing. We have been coming and paying attention to City Council and what they are doing and or not doing. I would like to also thank the Fab Five for standing up for taxpayers against these industries and lobbyists on City Council. I'm speaking on item 15 now, and it has been made abundantly clear how this is so important to the state that we are tired of being taken advantage of, lied to over and over and over again. Enough is enough. We have sat here and seen firsthand that the mayor doesn't care and will lie straight to our faces, especially when it concerns the Inner Harbor desal plant. On that, let's speak on that experimental desal plant. The word experimental gives whomever is doing it no accountability. They can say when it fails to operate, it was experimental. When it has to stop operating because of the ecological disaster it created, those same people can say, oh yeah, it was experimental. Okay, so now that we cleared that up, who is going to be responsible for those lawsuits that come from those companies that will have to shut down because they don't get the water that was promised from this desal plant? That question has been asked by me numerous times and is still yet to be answered. Are we still going to be financially responsible for this desal plant that doesn't work? I'm assuming yes, because we paid to have ourselves financially ruined by this deal. The government loans still have to be paid back. And guess what now? We have an ecological disaster, which will affect our tourism, fishing industry, and hundreds of local businesses. Why are the city taxpayers being held accountable first when we don't even account for the amount of water that industries use? If we were to stop using water completely, industries could use up all that water within months. Industries are making billions per year in profits, and that's how the rich stay rich. While fighting for the amount of taxes that they are supposed to pay, they refuse to pay. Industries need to be held accountable first for the water they're using over taxpayers, because they're the ones using the majority. And then they are also paying less per gallon for it with no accountability. How are you going to hold the taxpayers accountable when you can't even do that with industry, who are using it the most and paying the least and not even paying their fair share? Hold them accountable. We are done with this lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zartuche. Next is Tanya Bergstrom.
Hey, this is Tanya Bergstrom. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, this is Tanya Bergstrom, District 4. I came up here today to speak about Corpus Christi needing a BMX track. It gives kids, teens, and families a safe and positive place to ride and stay active. Right now, many riders practice in parking lot, streets, or unsafe areas because there's no official place for them to go. A BMX track would provide a safe environment where riders can exercise and spend time outdoors. Right now, the closest BMX track is about 2.5 hours away. That makes it difficult for local riders and families to participate, practice races and events regularly. Many families cannot travel that far every week just for their children to enjoy the sport they love. Corpus Christi riders deserve the same opportunities as kids in other cities. A BMX track could also help keep kids on e-bikes off of dangerous streets and sidewalks across the country. E-bike injuries and accidents have increased as more kids ride in traffic in crowded public areas. National studies show that e-bike injuries in the United States significantly rose between 2017 and 2022. Residents in Corpus Christi have also raised concern about reckless e-bike riding and safety issues on local streets and sidewalks. A BMX track would give young riders a safer and more controlled place to ride, learn responsibility, and stay away from traffic. The BMX track would also benefit our community financially and socially. BMX community would also bring visitors to Corpus Christi, helping local restaurants, hotels, and businesses. Most importantly, BMX teaches discipline, confidence, and hard work while giving kids something positive to focus on. Corpus Christi is an active outdoor city, and adding a BMX track would be an investment in our youth and our safety and our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bergstrom. Next is Corelli Leal.
Hello, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. My name is Carelli, District 3. I'm calling today to speak about the water issue, and I'm still not 100% told that things are being fair between all water usage classes. I'm still seeing a special treatment on large volume water users and also water users when it comes to the seasonal averages. I think that residents and commercial water usage class should also have some sort of seasonal average, at least in the summertime or wintertime, because of holidays and because of increased tourism during the summertime. It's not fair for families who already have to spend a lot of money during Christmas to have a larger water bill, or for small businesses that get an influx of customers during our peak summer months to have to dig into their profits because they're having a higher water bill. Well, there's these huge companies that make billions of dollars, so much money that we can't even imagine, that are trying to be cheap and not pay what they're supposed to pay. I noticed that in the drought contingency plan during stages 2 and 3, large volume water users and coastal water users aren't expected to pay $4 after the 1,000 gallons And to me, I know that they use a lot of water. So when you get a lot of water, when you buy stuff wholesale, you usually get it cheaper. But this is not something that we can just waste like that. Water is very important. I believe they should be paying at least the $4 a gallon as well over their baseline allocation, and that would possibly be more fair. I think it's important that we put the people first, we put our ecosystem and our wildlife first, and then we protect the body of Christ from further pollution and corruption. And I was also a person who signed the petition as well, just because if there's anyone in office that's doing corrupt practices or doing something fraudulent, I believe that they should be investigated, and if there is something found, then to be, persecuted or charged or taken care of. And it also applies to officers. If they're abusing their power, they definitely should be prosecuted, because it's not fair to the citizens that they're supposed to protect. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, there are no more online people signed up.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mr. Julian Hernandez, did you want to go ahead and come on up?
Hello, thank you for receiving me. I understand y'all started a little early or something. Julian Hernandez, D3, Council, Mayor. I guess initially I was going to reference the DCP. I was on a call last week that also they couldn't hear me or what have you. But I know it's going to go before you guys to vote on the next revision. And the last time I was here, I stated when the different DCPs came by or when they were introduced. Drew Molly sat up here, and I quoted him that one day, that it's reviewed every 5 years. And of course, we're here a year later reviewing it again. Looking over both of them, and I don't know if you had a chance to review them both, but the first transition when he stood up here and that was passed, it took out the large water volume users industry. It changed the whole format between 1 and 4 and had 1 and 3 and then emergency stages 1 and 2. With that, the large volume water users weren't put back in there. And then reviewing the current one now, all of that was trashed and they're still not in there. And then we're still having to pay the brunt of it. And that leads me to somebody that said something on the comment on the phone earlier. I heard it last week that the residents are paying for a pipeline to the refineries for them to use the non-potable water, the effluent water. When on September 2nd, 2025, item number 14, 25-1383, it was determined that the city residents have to pay $15 up to 300 gallons or $30 up to 600 gallons. So my question is, if the residents are providing the line to get to the refineries, what are we charging them? Are we charging them according to what was set out for the residents to pay? Because what I read, it's only like $4 or something like that when we go into stage 4. But have we explored the options, or have we explored what we're going to charge them, or are we giving it to them? Because now we're paying for the line. Eventually, we'll pay for the desal and everything else. So with my 37 seconds left, that's something to think about, because we're paying more for that per 300 gallons or 600 gallons. Lastly, I read a quote, and I don't know who published it or whatever, it was online. But I'd like to say, we were a city of people before we were a city of industry. And where we got lost, I don't know. But our compass is way off, because the way I see it is we're not a city for the people anymore, or of the people, So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have a statement of fact. Go ahead.
Thank you. Nick, would it be possible to address some of his concerns? I believe that the procurement that you're referencing from last week for that major pipeline issue, the effluent program was identified as a big component to our immediate water supply needs. What we knew is we needed to mobilize our effluent water into our system, and we had a few of our industrial partners step up and say they want to help with that capital cost and also take some of that effluent straight to their facilities, so that didn't all have to go back into the potable system. It could be used at an industrial facility. So it was a project that we were going to use in our total system, and they came in and offset a little bit of it. But perhaps you can meet with Mr. Hernandez and address some of those questions, Mr. Winkleman.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comment. We're going to go to consent agenda, items 2 through 9. Do we have any requests from the council to pull any items 2 through 9?
3 and 7 and 4.
2? Item 2, item 3.
4.
What was your other one, Councilman Cantu?
7, please.
4, 7. Okay.
And Mayor, I think item 9, we have to make a staff amendment to that one based off type B action yesterday.
Okay, so pull item 9. All right, do we have any requests from the public to pull for public comment at this time?
7.
Okay, well, that's been pulled, so at that time we can make comment. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'm sorry? Okay, you can come on up and make public comment on item number 8.
So, Julian Hernandez, D3. I thought they were going to read the other thing first and then comment on it. But I guess in reference, just reading over this comment on 8, it looks like nothing against the fire department or anything like that. You know, we all have health insurance. And help me understand it if I read this incorrectly, but the residents are paying with their tax dollars, for the most part, lack of a better term, health insurance for them. Am I reading that correctly the way I read it? Resolution 8, it says, resolution authorizing 16-month agreement with 4-year options Frontline Mobile Help, PLLC, from Georgetown, Texas, the amount of $503, not to exceed $2 million for options to exercise annual physical exams. And I guess from my employment, I mean, nobody subsidizes that. And like I said, I'm not taking anything away from the fire department or anything like that. You know, they do a tremendous job for us, and we need them. But again, this is, when I first read it, it seems like we're subsidizing it, or the taxpayers are paying for it instead of their insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, Mayor, I could provide answers to that.
Sure.
So during the most recent Texas legislature, they approved the requirement that the firefighters have to go through cancer screening moving forward. So this is just to abide by that requirement.
Thank you, sir.
So it's not extra health insurance.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 8 as presented.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 2 was pulled, and that is the approval of the May 12th regular meeting minutes. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Ms. Rebecca, on page 8, at the very bottom of page 8, page 8 of the actual minutes, not of our packet. There's just a slight typo on that last line.
On the last line, okay.
Move to approve an ordinance as amended.
Mm-hmm. On first reading as amended. It was amended, so I don't, how do you, can you explain more?
If you
why
read
feel it's a typo?
that very last line.
Mm-hmm. Oh, mayor. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 2.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 3 was pulled by Councilman Cantu. That is an ordinance approving policies to be implemented during level 1 emergency or water emergency. Your question or comment, Mr. Cantu?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to table this agenda item till we meet with the Corpus Christi Apartment Association. It's my understanding from our city manager that he's going to work with them so they won't be categorized as commercial, but they will be under residential. And I believe we're having that meeting this week with some board members from the Apartment Association.
Yes, Councilman Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. The multifamily units, apartments, they are categorized as commercial. That is a benefit to them. So if you look at the commercial accounts, you take the 3 years of data from 21 to 24, which is largely before stage 3 drought restrictions. You remove the lowest month of each of those 3 years, and you come up with a baseline, and from there you get your allocation. So that allows us to provide a baseline based on historic usage. Now, one thing that I did say is at both of our workshops is we do know that there's vacancy with a multifamily unit, say an apartment. You know, there may be a vacancy rate of, say it was 80% from 21 to 24, and currently, you know, hopefully they're 100% full. That if they find that that baseline still won't allocate enough water for them, that is an ideal reason to request and receive an approved variance. And you are correct, we're meeting with the executive director of the Apartment Association tomorrow. And those are the same things that I will explain to them, that treating them as a commercial unit actually benefits them in terms of looking at historic usage for their facility and understanding their needs.
I just feel that apartments or homes also, I mean, I used to live in an apartment, that was my home, and I should be under residential, and I should be able to use 6,000 gallons of water per unit. I don't think it's right what we're doing to them, and when I heard their concerns on their town hall meeting, I was very concerned for them. And I really don't if I don't get a second on my motion, I understand, but I don't feel comfortable moving forward without talking to them, because I don't think it's right for them to be under commercial just because, you know, they're apartments, you know, because in reality, you know, we all cannot just afford a home or a mortgage, you know, and that's their home, their apartment. So, you know, I don't feel like we should leave them out. And there's 50,000 doors, homes and apartments today in Corpus Christi. And that's a lot of people. And so I really would like to see this tabled and figure out how we're gonna do it tomorrow with their meeting and see what we could figure out. But I just don't feel that it's right for apartment complexes not to be considered homes, because that's everybody's home. I used to live in an apartment, that was my home. So, I mean, it just, I don't feel like it's right. And I think they should be categorized under residential. Thank you.
I certainly understand, Councilman, and I agree with you. Those are people's homes. That is why we want to go the extra step and provide individual baselines for each of those commercial entities based on their historic usage. We feel that'll be much more favorable for them. And then, of course, we've outlined in terms of vacancy percentage, they can absolutely request a variance. And I think that would be well supported just on the number of apartments they have rented out as opposed to those historic years. So the goal was always to take that into consideration, and the staff and the modelers want to go above and beyond and assign an individual baseline for those complexes.
Nick, where's Peter on this? Because I don't think this is about whether you live in a home or an apartment. Most of us have all lived in, well, maybe not, I don't know who has. I certainly have lived in an apartment. But I guess my point is it's about allocation. It's about allocation to a residents, right?
Right. And I didn't have an opportunity to talk to Peter before this meeting, but Nick, do you know?
I did. So the city manager and I talked last week and then again yesterday, and we worked in earnest to set up that meeting with the apartment association so we could sit down and show them in detail how we're presenting and how we're looking at their units so that we can provide those that individual baseline for each complex. So he's aware that there's a meeting tomorrow, and we talked about the importance of sitting down with the apartment association. They were unavailable at the end of last week. That's why it didn't happen on Friday.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, Nick, I was part of a meeting with some of the apartment complex owners, and they were concerned that some of the baseline that we have set from 2021 through 2023 included some of the back end of COVID where they had lower occupancy. And some of the solutions they had provided was to extend that for multifamily to include 2024 and 2025 to account for the baseline for the most usage in a month, and add those 2 years for multifamily. Would that be an issue if we could make that amendment today, or would you like to look at some language on that and bring it back at the end of the meeting?
I appreciate that, Councilman. I haven't reviewed the data to extend it to those years. The reason, I can tell you the reason why we didn't include those years to begin with is because the city was largely in drought restrictions, and we saw and we identified that those customers were utilizing less water. So that may inadvertently decrease their baseline, which is something we didn't want to do.
Well, you're taking the highest month from those timeframes, right?
So over a 3-year period, we're removing the lowest month.
Is that on a per month basis, or is it just?
So you'd remove the lowest January of the 3 years, the lowest February of the 3 years, the lowest March of the 3 years.
And then you'd average out the rest?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. It seems I would have to agree with Councilman Cantu about delaying it until you can get some of that information about that. So let me ask one more question. With regards to the variance, would it be a variance for all multifamilies, or you would have to be individual variances?
So our approach is to look at each complex as an entity, so we would provide them with an individual baseline. So they would have to ask for a variance for their specific unit. For the simple matter of fact, we don't understand, how many units are full in each complex. The business owners know that information. We just ask that they share it so we can approve the variance.
Okay. I'm not comfortable necessarily without having that formal discussion that Peter agreed to with the Apartment Complex Association, or what do they call themselves? I forget. But I'll listen for other comments. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
And I see that you're trying to help them, and maybe they don't know that that is the better issue to do it that way, but I think that for the simple reason that they were told there was going to be a meeting, they're not expecting us to approve it, I would not think, until they are heard, because they may have some more information for you. That's just my point. I just think for the reason that Mr. Sinoni did tell them, because a council member went and called him, and he said he would meet with them, I just think we should keep our word, meet with them, and then vote on it.
Councilman Scott.
Yeah, and I was thinking about whether I was going to ask this question, so be nice if I'm way off base. I would think that COVID would have helped residential water usage numbers, because everybody went home and worked out of their houses and their apartments during COVID. Am I missing something? I know a lot of our employees work from home. That's just the way we did it. And
I think largely they were home at that period
so I would
of time.
think using, generally speaking, using COVID numbers would help apartment complexes.
Yeah, it would result theoretically in an elevated baseline, a higher baseline.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good thing for them, right?
For water usage, yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
thanks.
Yes, sir.
Just had to clear that my mind.
Councilman Barrera.
You're just, in the event that, I mean, if this is going to offer an item to hold us up, could we approve the rest of it with the exception of that component? Is there a possibility?
Eric.
Well, I mean, I want to see if it's possible.
Yeah, let me find out, Councilman.
Yeah, is it possible for Steve? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Could we amend it later? I mean, because the majority of the council wants to, the thing is that I don't want, everybody's conscientious to make sure that we move forward on this, you know, residents and obviously commercial. So there's not a reason why a 3-signature memo couldn't come back to be able to review that, so that way we could amend it later.
Councilman, we're going to look into that to see if we're able to make that change now and come back later, but I don't think we need a 3-signature memo. We could bring it back if we take it out and we need to come back to make that amendment. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay, just from a parliamentary standpoint, the motion to postpone or table is higher than a motion to amend, so we'd have to kind of go through that first before we could amend it. So.
Yeah, we're making changes to the city code. I don't recommend doing those pell-mell without having a chance to really look at it and determine what you're really requesting. So if you're going to put it off till next time, that would be preferable to making a change on the fly and trying to figure out what the effect of it is later.
So the motion to table, the
Motion to table to June 2nd, our next meeting?
yes, I was going to ask, will that date work for y'all? Okay, June 2nd.
Okay. And Nick, do you have an issue with that? And holding off on the,
Yeah, there's just a comment. The biggest comments I get is the planning and the preparation that people are trying to make. So they're looking, and it's commercial businesses, but schools, they're trying to better understand what the allocation is going to be so they can move forward and meet it. That's the comment I have on it.
right, so Councilman Barrera was suggesting that we pass the document without that part in it, is that correct?
Or something of that nature, just so that way we can move
Well,
forward.
Councilman Cantu, would you be open to that? Because you're concerned with that piece. And if we put everything else through, took that piece out until June 2nd.
Hey, Nick, are we using COVID numbers for everything?
Okay.
So we're not talking about using COVID numbers. We were that time period was selected because the city was largely dealing with stage 3 drought restrictions, and we know that our residential population has adhered to those. So we went back earlier than that, so that would be beneficial to the constituency there.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Go ahead.
Miles is recommending to table at this point and bring it back at the next council meeting.
Yeah, the challenge is that we have interconnected sections in here.
Okay.
And so when you
So it's
say
better
that
not.
piece, I don't know what section or piece we're talking about.
It's
And
better
I think
not
we
to
need to be
then.
able to war game this and go back and
So
forth.
we have a motion and a table,
Yes.
motion and a second to table the entire document to June 2nd, which is our next meeting after today. Councilman Scott.
Yep, sorry, quickly. So you may address this. Hotels that purchase water from the other water authorities have, especially on the island, have vastly different water usages between, in season and out of season. I heard one of them was, 10 times higher in season than it is out of season. But because we don't sell water to them directly, they adhere to, I don't know what it was, Water District number 4?
4, yeah.
And tell me how that works. And because my point is, if we're getting 2 more weeks, then I'm just going to get a bite at that apple.
So the city has a number of wholesale customers. Those are our customers. One of them is Nueces County WCID number 4, which largely serves Port Aransas. They, as part of what's spelled out in the drought contingency plan, they will receive a baseline and an allocation. and then it is up to that wholesale provider to determine and work with all of their customer classes. One thing that I've tried very hard and feel very passionate about is CCW shouldn't overstep. Those aren't our customers. We work very closely with our customers, but we shouldn't overstep into another entity's business.
It's fascinating because some of those are inside city limits. You know, they pay taxes to the city of Corpus Christi.
Yeah, and I'm, specifically thinking about the enterprise fund. Remember, CCW is an enterprise fund, so all of our services are funded by water rates, and our customer classes are set up as such.
So tell me, all right, so we don't step on their toes. They get a 25% reduction, and then it's up to them to deal with these large hotels and how they operate, 10 times more water needs in season compared to others. Does that negatively impact these hotels as opposed to being inside city limits by water from CCW?
I have experience operating a water plant. I don't have experience operating a hotel or a school.
Well, I guess my point is, I get the certainty, Nick, and I think you really are going above and beyond for the apartments. So I'm okay today, but if we do have a 2-week wait, I'd like you to kind of think through that, but without stepping on toes. I think we did some of that with the San Patricio Municipal Water District. We recognized some strange, conditions. I'd like that, you to think through that with, number 4, when it comes to these condominium hotels and how much water they use during season, because we don't want to negatively impact tourism as little as we can, right?
Right, so the original, the baseline for the wholesale customers was very detailed in the drought contingency plan. We thought that was too drastic, so we worked to modify it, and that was what was approved at the first reading, which essentially gave our wholesale customers a higher baseline than what was in the original plan. We thought that was more appropriate for them looking at the data.
Sure.
If we modify any wholesale customers, right now all the wholesale customers' baseline is determined using the same methodology. If we modify one baseline, I would absolutely recommend you do it all the same. And then we may get into a component where the 25% curtailment is no longer 25% curtailment, and it could be an elevated number, just so that, because at the end of the day, we've got to hit a mark so we can always have enough water to meet our demand.
I'm not completely sure I agree with that, but the good news is we moved away from, fines and turning off taps for using more than you need. We're just going to charge them a lot more, right? I guess, based on this, the rate structure.
So, right, so there's for our residential and commercial customers, we are not issuing any citations if they exceed their allocation or their baseline. There is surcharges set up at those levels, no citations.
Well, if it passes today, I can live with that. If it goes 2 weeks, I'd like to have a conversation. I'd like to you to educate me a little more on that. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
We also received a letter from the mayor of Portland with regards to some of the way that San Patricio Municipal Water District is restricting their residents versus our residents. Now, I don't know if this is why they decided to use a different methodology than we did, or, that's to your point, you don't want to overstep your bounds with regards to how they do it. But have you given them our methodology to San Patricio Municipal Water District for them to review, and how we went about it?
We've had a number of conversations with the San Patricio Municipal Water District. We've talked explicitly about their customers. They absolutely know our approach to our residential customers, and we've explained in detail that the revised baseline methodology actually provides more water for the water district than what was in the original drought contingency plan. And then, Councilman, just like I said previously, we've stated emphatically that we're not going to manage their business or overstep into another municipality like Portland or Rockport or Taft or Odom. Those are their customers, not ours.
Okay. Okay, I'll wait on this vote. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Nick, first of all, I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing. I didn't know that the Apartments Association was left out. I thought you guys have talked to them before you did this. I didn't mean to do this, but when I heard their concerns, I was very concerned, and all the phone calls I got from them, from property managers to property owners, and they have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. So I'm sure that this will be great news for them so they could understand it better. This is water related. I want to ask this one question. Someone texted me and asked me, are we enforcing the pool regulations that they have to have a cover on the pool? And if we are enforcing it, how are we enforcing it?
So those are certainly its best practices to cover a pool, and I'm proud to say our own Parks Department is doing a great job of leading the way in that manner. One thing to remember, pools are typically in residential backyards.
Correct.
We are not going into people's backyards, monitoring that and regulating that. That gets into a whole nother situation. So what we've got are regulated, and we've got best practices that we promote and we encourage.
I just don't understand, if we're not enforcing it, why even have it on there?
It's a recommendation.
I know it's a recommendation and all that stuff, but it just, if it's on there, we're not enforcing it,
It's a recommendation, Councilman. It's best practice.
So you guys are not giving out tickets for that or anything like that, correct?
Not for covering a pool.
Okay. I just wanted to.
No, sir.
Make sure. Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Councilwoman Paxson.
So question, we had spoken when we were going through our meetings on this item, we had talked about communicating to our customers, particularly the ones that are wholesale providers, that we have a commitment to residential users, and that's across our 7-county district. And my question at the time was, how can we communicate to them that we have placed a top priority on maintaining service to residents, regardless of if they live in the city limits of Corpus Christi or not? And basically, what I had asked was that we could say, whoever you are as this wholesale provider, if you can tell us what percentage of your water use is residents, then we still have the baseline and the request for the 25%. But just like we would treat our citizens here, we would not look at a disconnect to those residents, because this is health, life, and safety. And at the time, you had said the way we do that is we communicated in our press releases, our media statements, those types of things. I think this goes to the concern raised by our neighboring city. They're a customer of a wholesale purchaser. And so their concern is for their residents. And this is kind of that why it was important to me that we stress that.
I think we have absolutely stressed it. Again, though, even specifically with Portland, even the San Patricio Municipal Water District wouldn't cut off someone's water in Portland, right? The Portland residents is a customer of the city of Portland, and then the city of Portland buys water from the San Patricio Municipal Water District, who buys water from the city of Corpus Christi.
I think in our talks, as you're articulating our schematics and how we have delineated the different water uses and rate users, I think if we continue to stress that, as the regional provider and leader, perhaps that's something that we can cause that trickle down, no pun intended, to our different customers and then to theirs, because it's written throughout the drought contingency plan, throughout the water conservation plan, that as a water provider, it is within reason for us to require our customers to adopt similar policies. So if that's our commitment and policy, maybe that can help rest assured some of those customers.
No, I understand that. I think then, to speak frankly, we'll see a lot more requests for increased baseline, which ultimately results in a higher curtailment percentage across the board. And it's sort of a loop. We've got to pick a fair point in the sand and move forward.
I don't disagree, Nick. I totally agree. I see that what we have to do is maintain integrity of the system because that's paramount. I agree with you there. I just think, if we're telling everyone there's a baseline and a percentage we're asking for reduction and that's what we're going to protect, then that's hopefully what everyone would continue to operate under. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I do support the apartment association having a voice in this, and I would have hoped that y'all would have spoken with them before this, came forward, because just like the boaters, they have concerns. But I think after all you've said, Nick, it may be that this is back, just the way you have presented it. The fact that we haven't spoken with them yet, though, or been able to maybe coordinate with them, it does warrant, putting a little hold on this. And I know we need to get this through. So let's make certain that, between now and then, June 2nd is going to be a big meeting to begin with. And this is we need this to be as clean as possible. Have that meeting with them, and let's make certain that we've got the best plan that works on both sides. So with that, we do have a motion and a second to table for the next meeting. Please submit your vote. Oh, I forgot public comment. Would anyone like to make comment on item number 3?
Excuse me, is this for this item?
Just for this item. Yeah, number 3.
Hi, as a landlord and a member of the apartment association, the reason we don't like to be called commercial is words do matter. And we provide homes for families, children, single mothers, mom and dads. They may live in an apartment for the rest of their life, but it is their home. I've had some tenants for 20 years. And that other hard part is we have complexes we're totally remodeling. We may have only 2 rented right now, but in 6 months we'll have 8 rented. Sometimes we have 2 family members in there. Sometimes we have 4 family members. But we also, no one's taking into consideration, we have utility rooms with washers and dryers. And do we need to pull the washers out? There's just a lot of questions. And I hope when they meet with Michelle and Melissa tomorrow, they're really smart ladies, we can all come to a conclusion, And because we have a very different need than anyone else. We fluctuate constantly, and we should never refer to our residents as commercial. They're people.
At the risk of making everyone feel bad, I use less than 1,000 gallons a month. Can I sell my water to somebody else or give it? Can we have water credits? But perhaps what would make more sense, and to make your life more complicated, would to incentivize people instead of penalties. So maybe we could get some people doing some do-good things and give our water to people that need it more. I don't know if you have a way to do that.
Thanks, Mr. Bartleson. Anyone else?
Shadows wash on my tears away, and I wake up to a sunny day because I love a rainy night. Anybody remember Eddie Rabbit?
Yeah.
The late, great Eddie Rabbit. Hi, my name is Tom Hollingsworth. My office is in District 4, and I live in District 3. This was really supposed to be more public comment, but I didn't realize that I had to be here by 11 o'clock in order to register. Thank you for having a water emergency on the consent agenda so I could tag on here. Questions of confirmation, feel free to fact check me. Number one, we have a permit from the TCEQ for an inner harbor desalination plant? Yes or no?
Mr. Hollingsworth, so we can't answer questions that are asked, but what we can do, you can make your statements that you would like heard, and then we can have Mr. Rodriguez's staff directly address any questions you may have after you finish.
All right, I'll go ahead and assume that my questions are all yes then, until you fact check me otherwise. So we have a permit for a desalination plant. Whether it's approved or not, I'm not interested in debating that. But we have an environmental permit to discharge brine into the inner harbor. That's fact. Now, we also have right now a requirement to discharge from our lakes if we're above 30%.
Fair.
I thought I heard somebody. But anyway, now that hasn't been.
It was
Mr.
Ms.
Hollingsworth, I'm so sorry. Hold the time. Who was that?
I think that was Ms. Campos.
It is me. Sir, we are discussing
Ms. Campos,
item number 3.
he hadn't finished his statement, ma'am. That's all.
Well,
we should,
yeah, but the statement should be related to the item.
We allow them to finish their statement before we interrupt them.
Who's speaking?
She's on Zoom.
Oh.
She's on Zoom, and so she's in the meeting, but on Zoom. Yeah.
Who is?
Ms. Campos, I'm sorry, Sylvia Campos.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay,
All right,
Mr. Hollingsworth, go ahead.
So we haven't discharged anything since 30% for a long time. Salinity may have gone up already without even a desalination plant. But we have a permit from the environmental agency that says it's okay. Now, we have an agreed order that says the city of Corpus Christi, the city of Three Rivers, and the Nueces River Authority are part of the agreed order that says you've got to release that. State Representative Denise Villalobos has interacted with TCEQ and said, what do we need to do to stop this? And TCEQ says all we got to do is have 3 signatures. Three Rivers, Corpus Christi, Nueces River Authority, and that is done. When I checked with State Representative Villalobos just about a week ago, no action has been taken. We're talking about emergencies, and no action has been taken. If we already know that the increased salinity is approved environmentally, then why has no action been taken? What are we fiddling around for? What State Representative Villalobos told me was that Corpus Christi wants to do a study. Really? We got to hire consultants to do what Sherlock Holmes would say, elementary, my dear Watson. Sign it.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingsworth. And Michael, will you make sure the staff gets with him and updates him on the memo that Peter had sent on that and the other issues?
Yes, ma'am, will do.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Melinda De Los Santos, District 2. I really like the wording about that in making decisions under this article concerning the allocation of water between conflicting interests, highest priority will be given to allocation necessary to support human life and health. Well, like when I read on further, it's like when we get into level 1 water emergency, then it's implement a planned public campaign to inform all customers of the water emergency and to mandate the immediate curtailment of water. And then we go to the wholesale customers, it's like, okay, we're going to discuss it with them. And then we go to the large volume industrial users, we're going to discuss it. Well, I like to discuss that since I, just like Brad said, I use 1,000 or less. And I don't know, I've just kind of would like to be able to use the water I want to use. If I have 6,000, let's say I don't want to take a shower for like 3 days. If I want to use that water, I do daily, but if I want to use that water to go out and throw it on my grass or do stuff with my grass, I mean, I should be able to. It seems like there's so much specific when it comes to the residents, but when it comes to the large volume users and stuff, I mean, we have this, I didn't know the drainage, that drip drainage has a positive, what is that, positive something control? You can't use your regular water seeping hoses. I'm like, there's so much rules with the residents. You should be able to say, Melinda De Los Santos, District 2, you get 6,000 gallons, and the way you want to use it, you just want to use it, I don't have a pool, but if I want to go out there and water part of my grass that's really dying, or some of my other, or have a 6-gallon bucket instead of a 5-gallon bucket, I should be able to. So I just would like a little more consideration with the residents, as opposed to just, and discussing with us, what we want to do with our water, and as opposed to just discussing with large wholesale users. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close. Oh, go ahead.
Mayor, Council, like the other gentleman too, I didn't know the rule. I didn't read the rule about public comment, but I like the tabling idea. So all the information is in before they make commercial, residential, and homes and stuff in the definition what defines a home on that issue that they're going to come up with. Mayor, what astounds me a lot to get me out of my home to come over here today is I hear so many words like corruption. When I was because those that don't walk in the trenches with us, Eric, Councilman Cantu, those that don't walk in the trenches with us for 34 years, like Joe Ortiz and I, the Western District of the federal system, the Southern District, the Eastern District, freeing people from federal penitentiaries and civil rights groups for sexual harassment, wrongful termination, firefighters, police officers, county employees, RTA, CCID. They come up here and with the bravado that they're councilmen, that they're activists, I believe in advocacy. Wrong terminology. When we went doing investigations, and we're working on one right now that's 25 years old. We're about to solve that one. Long-term investigations of corruption, like former county chief appraiser George Moff.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Sorry, this has to be in relation
with
to
the water issue. It was just
this item.
I'm sorry I got sidetracked, but just give me 5 seconds and I'll wrap up.
About the item.
Using the word corruption, Councilman, and they can throw arrows and spears at all of you, all 9 of you. But it offends me when they bring, it's not what you could say here, throw a spear at you, Mr. Cantu, Mr. Eric, or Mr. Hernandez. It's what you can prove in the courtroom. And we, as civil rights and labor activists, we've proven our cases in courts multiple times. And my heart goes out to you for taking all those arrows. But back on the water issue, Mayor, I think that if you have 5 council members that can vote to attempt to remove a city councilman voted by the people of our community, you have 5 council members
this has to
that
be
can
about the
execute a water
item.
contract
Item number
next,
3.
on June the 2nd,
Sir.
okay? And thank you for your time, and I
It has to
appreciate
be
it.
about
Next time I'll
item
follow the
number 3.
rules, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Anyone else? Okay, with that, we're going to, we've got one more.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. I just want to say that residents shouldn't face any surcharges for our water situation because they don't use the majority of our water. And residents have been coming for a long, long time telling you that our drought contingency plan, our city should be working to get to the root of the issue of what's causing our water issues, and it's not residential water use, so they shouldn't face the consequences.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Aye.
Ms. Campos, thank you, Ms. Campos. Can we see Ms. Campos also?
I'm here. Aye.
I just need to see on the camera, ma'am.
Aye.
There you are. Perfect.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Nick. Our next item pulled is...
Mayor,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we haven't, we need to vote on the consent agenda. We didn't give Ms. Campos an opportunity to vote on that. When our consent agenda, with the exception of those items.
Aye.
I thought I did.
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to entertain a motion to
Okay.
approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items 2, 3, 4, 7, and 9.
Aye.
Okay, we have a motion, and do we have a second? Second. Please submit your vote for the consent agenda item. Ms. Campos, now you may vote.
Aye.
Thank you. And are you good with that, Rebecca?
Yes.
Seeing her?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this deal too.
We're voting on consent agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so do you see that on your screens? No? I'm sorry?
No, we didn't, where was 6, Rebecca? You have 6 on there?
Yes, I had 6.
Who pulled, I don't think we pulled 6. Oh, we did? Okay, I'm sorry. 6, 7, and 9, okay. Are we gonna tally the vote?
I'm sorry?
Can we tally the vote?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a table.
No, this is to pass the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, consent,
Yeah, it's to pass the consent agenda.
consent agenda, yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, the motion carries. So we pulled 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 9.
Essentially.
All right, item number 4 is a zoning case number ZN 9181. This is America Alpha Group, rezoning a property at or near Hearn Road. Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment?
Okay, I voted against this last week, so I pulled it so I can vote against it again. I would restate that I would not vote for something like this that was in my own district, so I'm not going to do it for some in a different district. So
Okay.
make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 4? There being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Gumpels. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 6 was pulled, a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement with Harris County Department of Education. Councilwoman Paxson, your question or comment?
Yes, thank you. Looking through the information on this, I understand this gives us an opportunity for basically an added,
Like a buy board.
yeah, like a buy board, that's the word, thank you. But my concern, or the thing that I am interested in determining, is if we have a layer that we can still defend making a local purveyor our first preference. A lot of these, specifically for the health, which it's prioritizing health variety services. A lot of these vendors are not in the Corpus area. Several of them serve the Corpus area. My concern is, by going through this process, are we making it more difficult for us to select local vendors?
So thank you for the question, and Rebecca should be here shortly, but I don't believe so. Typically, when we go through a competitive process, we check locally first, and we ask them to bid on different procurements. So that's what we'll continue doing moving forward. I don't think it'll exclude any local businesses.
Do we need a specific note on this motion or anything that we would still prioritize local vendors in any event of going through this procurement measure?
Give me 1 second.
Does my issue make sense? I mean, if we're looking for a service and we elect this buy board and there isn't local vendors on it, how will we get bids from locals to prioritize them?
We'll take a look at that if we need any type of amendment, but I think we do that anyway. So if you would like to, make that motion, we'd be supportive of it.
Well, wouldn't the procurement process kind of look like I have a specific job or need, and I know a specific class of vendor, and if I go through a buy board collective, I don't need to go out to a formal procurement process. So then, if that's correct, the department that's going through this buy board process, they don't need to go to a normal procurement process. Therefore, the local companies can't actually bid.
So again, before we go, and I'll let Sergio maybe provide an answer, but before we use a buy board or any kind of source well like that, we check locally, but go ahead, Sergio.
Yep. Sergio Villasana, Director of Finance and Procurement. This specific item, council member, is to join similar to a cooperative. And so here, the cooperative already has the rules and the participants in there. Now, if there aren't any local entities, part of this co-op, what we can do is guide them and help connect them to this cooperative to get them signed up so they can be part of that list for this specific co-op. But we can't, this has already been procured, so we're just going and we would select off a list of vendors that have already been procured.
Well, there's only about 2 or 3 that are locally based. While a lot of them do service Corpus Christi, only 2 or 3 vendors are from Corpus Christi or office in Corpus Christi as a headquarters. So if the answer is in order to seek a service and they be local, then we're going to have to direct them to sign up to the cooperative. That's adding more layers to our local vendors. That makes me not want to support this. How can we still prioritize local vendors? I don't see how we can do both, because you don't even go out to bid if you're going through a buy board.
Correct. The purpose of the buy board is to save time as well as to take advantage of discounts already built in and to comply with any procurement rules. And it's fair to say that it is a process to sign up, for the local vendors to sign up.
I appreciate your transparency in that answer. That's my first focus, is that we can continue to prioritize local businesses that we do business with. And I fear that this adds a layer of separation between us and a local vendor. So where I don't have an issue with this cooperative, Choice Partners, I have an issue with how it could adversely impact local businesses in our relationship.
Yeah, most definitely. We recently actually met with a separate cooperative, a TIPS cooperative. They actually have a group that will meet with local contractors to help facilitate that paperwork, to remove some of that burden, to sign up with a cooperative. What we can do here with Choice Partners is ask if they have the same kind of service to help an outreach to local vendors to help them sign up for these. But it is true that it would be an extra burden.
I appreciate that. And the issue is right now with the buy board, the reason we go through buy board is for expedited service. And so if they're not already signed up, they're not eligible.
Right, at the time of trying to issue an award, correct.
Okay, I appreciate those answers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
I have to agree with Councilwoman Paxson. This has been a problem for a while, and ever since the state has increased the number from the amount approval from Peter's approval authority from 50,000 to 100,000, this makes this even more of an issue. What efforts have you done with all our, cooperatives to ensure that local vendors can sign up with them? Because as there's several of them, and we even had an example where we had a fencing company that was from somewhere else because we didn't even look locally because they were part of one of the cooperatives. So explain to me what efforts your department has done in creating that environment.
Sure thing. So back in October, we had we've carried a vacancy for the assistant director position for some time. It's difficult to recruit someone specifically trained in local government procurement. We finally got some recruitment, and we're working. That person was reached out to multiple cooperatives and looking to have an event for local vendors to sign up. That person then had to move, so that position has been vacant. And so we've been filling that gap. What we've done, so that is a long-term goal here, or short-term goal, as soon as we can fill that position with a qualified individual, is to have these cooperatives come down, meet with contractors. But to the Council of Paxson members' point, it is a cumbersome process. So we recently met with TIPS, who has a service to help facilitate that. So what we want to do is find these cooperatives that offer that service to the local contractors to help them enroll. And so that is in our plan here. We also recently, I do have my contract manager is coordinated with the Apex out of the local college to have a vendor to meet with, to have a vendor city meet and greet and see what their challenges are. So that is coming here in the next few months. And so that is in the works, actually. So those are
I
just.
went to that over, it was at the Del Mar campus on the south side, and there was no city representation at all.
Correct. We're working on a new, this one will be happening during the summer. The one that happened during the fall, winter time, the city was not a participant of. You're correct.
Okay, I have to, again, agree with Councilwoman Paxton. I'm hesitant to approve something without something concrete that we're doing. I mean, there's just, you really are telling us that because of the vacancy, we really haven't done very much. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Specifically, I guess, Michael, are we looking at as a whole group of services? And the reason being is I bring it up, there's times that we're engaged in such services such as alcohol and drug testing that we assist. And as a public agency, there are requirements with regard to being, that it has to be, DOT certified or with regardless of some heavy equipment that has to be handled. And so my question may be for HR. Now, if it's in the private sector and somebody's doing, specific drug testing, it just depends under which regulatory process that they have to fulfill. Because I've been involved in some of these procurements, and you get no solicitations. And the reason this being is because the regulatory requirement that we're required to follow, somebody at a private sector may go back and say, okay, I don't have the same requirements, so I'm not going to spend the time to go through a procurement process, and then plus the challenges that come with bidding in the public sector. I mean, I don't know if HR, I'm just what I'm asking, are additional regulatory requirements that we have, that come with whatever it is we're trying to procure?
Yes, Rebecca Castillo, the HR director, so that is correct. So we do have two different services when we do drug testing. We have the DOT, and then we have the non-DOT.
Yeah, so see, that's really what the challenge is the market, and in my opinion, as somebody that does work here in the Coastal Bend, the market for those that just serve those that are non-DOT, it's harder to get those individuals simply because the market that's available in the private sector doesn't require them to have the same regulatory requirements. So I could see, I mean, I support this simply because dealing in public procurement that I have to deal with too, sometimes it's easier, so, and then you have the ability to negotiate. But I think that's the thing. I don't know if there's a way to break it up. I don't see anything wrong with approving it, other than whatever opportunities that you have, whatever opportunities that you have that are non-DOT, then possibly those ones can be exercised by the city manager, because we still have to get 3 bids.
That's correct.
So see, that's the thing. If we have an opportunity for those that are non-DOT, we still get 3 bids, and that way we could utilize local if possible. And I think we do that already.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
This is not a way for us to bypass, trying to work with local entities. This was just another avenue for us to look at.
Yeah.
And I did want to mention, like I mentioned before we use a buy board or Sourcewell, we do check local, right? And the city manager and myself will work through the procurement process, and we'll ask that question. Is there anybody local that can do this? And the answer is yes. Let them put it in a bid so we can look at that. So I just want to make sure that the council and the community is aware. We care about local. We ask those questions, and we make sure we go through that process.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay. I'm going to go. Yeah. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you. So is there a way with this caption that we can accomplish both? We can still establish that first right of preference for local vendors to the extent that, if a procurement comes up and we're going to use this cooperative, we can show, there was no local vendor that could provide this, or there was no, because somehow for me to feel, to know that this process is not going to burden our local vendors, there's got to be something.
Yeah, so since we already go through that process, we could definitely, I think, do that, and I'll ask legal on their advice on how we can make that happen.
I don't think you want to make that extreme of a condition because we can always get a vendor with enough of a premium paid to them. I mean, if we put enough money on the table, we'll always have a local.
Well, Miles, I think the question is how can we make sure we check locally first before we use the buy board, not that we spend extra money to use local. Is that correct? Yes.
Councilman, I would recommend changing the resolution because this is part of the resolution to give to the cooperative as us joining it. Perhaps it could be a practice as part of the of our procurement practice, which is something we do have already, is questioning departments. Is there anything local that can be done for the services they're trying to procure?
And you feel like that would cover the concern?
Right. We are working towards connecting more locals, whether to cooperatives or to our own supplier portal where they can register and be notified of the opportunities. So that's part of our outreach that's going to be happening this summer to the local contractors and vendors.
Well, I know that was a concern of mine over a year ago, and I know that we had a vacancy in the department, and that was kind of, that held up some of those efforts. And I know the Del Mar Small Business Development Program tries to prepare local vendors so that they can apply successfully through the city of Corpus Christi, but there still is that need to gap that existing structure. Now we're kind of adding another program to it. So how long is this term? Okay.
And we do have a local preference in some of our procurements where there's points awarded for being a local preference. So we are doing some of that already. But I think our outreach as well as education on our supplier portal where the local vendors can get notified of these opportunities electronically is the way to go for us.
But I have heard from some vendors that as bids will come up, they've tried to subscribe to that and they don't get the regular notifications. So we may need to evaluate that system because I know we have one, but hearing from vendors, I don't know that it's super reliable. Can you tell me in our current policy, purchasing policy, do we have a specific caveat for local vendors?
We do have, I'm not sure if it's in the policy itself. I'd have to go back and double check, but I know we did work on, prior to my arrival, there was a policy as far as how to incorporate scoring for local vendors.
Yeah, and to what our legal said, I'm not advocating that we're willing to pay any dollar for a
right.
I'm advocating that we try that avenue first. That's our first preference. So if we find a responsive bidder there, great. If we don't, we can broaden that search. So if we don't have it specifically in that policy, I'd be very interested in it coming back so that we could establish something to protect local vendors.
Sure thing, sure thing. We understand the value of the local economy and want to have local jobs and how that feeds into our system. So we definitely do support that as well.
I know that's not the item here, but hopefully we can keep working on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Hey, just real quick, hey, I've been meaning to get with you on this. It's just we've been real distracted. But can you and your team please get with me? I'd really like to, I think there's some improvements that we could be made, and I want to be able to use my network to be able to get more people out. And I've been, like I said, distracted with some of the challenges that we've been facing, and I've been meaning ever since you got on board, and you're doing an amazing job. But please, can we organize a time to get together?
Yes, sir. We'll
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Would anyone like to make public comment on item number 6?
Julian Hernandez, D3. And I wanted to, with this on board, from what I heard, I wanted to circle back around the agenda that I brought up earlier about them reaching out of town for, I guess, the cancer screenings and whatnot. And in part to that, I wanted to ask, have we searched locally for that process instead of bringing somebody else from the outside in and keeping that money in-house? But that too goes to, I want to reiterate that and bring that to the forefront because I meant to say that earlier. And the second thing on this, you know, for non-DOT and DOT persons, I didn't read through the whole agenda item here, but I know there's a lot of local people that actually do that because I'm a DOT carrier and card carrier and everything else. So I usually get them here and whatnot. There's a lot of people, you'd be surprised who actually does it and who doesn't do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say to just please think about the small businesses, and because we're in this water situation, because prior councils have prioritized fossil fuels and large petrochemical industries over the small businesses, and that's why we're in the situation we're in today. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Was there a motion and a second?
I move for approval.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I thought we had one. Okay, please submit your vote.
Okay, Ms. Campos?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was resolution to authorize the city manager to initiate surcharges during a level 1 water emergency. Councilman Cantu, your question or comment? Number 7. Oh, okay. And
Mayor, if I could, because the previous item wasn't approved, this one should be tabled as well, because it corresponds to the drought contingency plan.
Oh, okay. So you want to just go ahead and make a motion to? Okay, so we're gonna move to table to June 2nd as well. Would anyone like to make public comment on this item? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Well, it's always tabled.
We're tabling. Sure.
Aye.
Okay, you can just give me a minute. I have to, or we can just do a verbal vote if that's all right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, say no. Do you need to see Ms. Campos?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Aye.
May we see her, please? Sorry.
Aye.
There, thank you.
Okay, that was item
7.
7, and now we're going to go to our last item pulled, which is item number 9, a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for the Parks and Rec Department to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Who pulled this one?
That was me, Mayor. We have a modified resolution that we're going to pass out based off Type B board action yesterday.
Okay.
All right, Jonathan Atwood, Interim Assistant Director, Parks and Recreation. So yes, staff pulled this item for Section 5. During the Type B meeting yesterday, they requested that we cap the interdepartment service fees at 11% of the total cost of this project, or not to exceed $295,900.
Okay.
Because of that amendment, we're...
Okay, so it's an amendment. Would someone like to make entertain a motion to amend?
Move to amend. Second.
Councilwoman Paxton?
Thank you. And I know that we briefed on this, but just for public sake, I just wanted to put on record that should we apply for this and be awarded the grant, the match responsibility is coming from the Type B Corp, not the general, not our fund.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would anyone like to make public comment on item number 9? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
I'm sorry, Ms. Campos?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carried. Did you already see her?
Yes, ma'am, I saw.
The motion carries. So before we break for lunch, we're going to do this last item. I'm going to recess the council meeting to hold the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation meeting. Councilmember Everett Roy will preside.
I'm sorry, we didn't vote on the resolution as amended. She's right. We can just do it verbal. So to pass the previous item as amended.
Okay, please, do we need to go back?
Um,
Let me go back. So can you turn my light on? Oh, well,
Yeah, I'm sorry. She's right.
I'm doing it.
Here, you want to switch seats?
No, it's fine. Alrighty, so we're gonna, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order, the Corpus Christi City Council meeting, and we are going to vote on the last item as amended.
Yes, ma'am.
So Is there a motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Aye.
You're gonna Do we
Okay.
see?
Thank you.
Did you want to see Ms. Campos?
I saw her, ma'am.
We did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, the motion carries. So now I am recessing the council meeting to go to the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation. Councilman Everett Roy.
Mrs. Wirt, are you ready?
No, sir. Okay, now I'm ready, sir. Go ahead.
Roll.
Yes. President Everett Roy.
Present.
Vice President Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Can we see Ms. Campos, please?
Here.
Thank you. Eric Cantu.
Present.
Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson. Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. Would anybody like to make public comment? Mrs. Wirt, have you received public comment?
No, sir.
Okay. Seeing that there's none, I would like to go to our next item, which is the Assistant General Manager position is currently vacant. Michael Dice is slated to fill the position. I'll entertain a motion to appoint Michael Dice as Assistant General Manager.
I move for Michael Dice's appointment.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Next item is to approve the minutes of December 9th, 2025 special board meeting.
Move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Can we see Ms. Campos? Thank you.
Aye.
The motion carries. And our last item is a resolution affirming the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation's investment and policy investment strategy for the fiscal year of 26-27.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sergio Villasana, Director of Finance and Procurement here. The item before you is the annual review and approval or reaffirming the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation's investment policy and investment strategy. This is required to be done annually by the Public Funds Investment Act. The Housing Finance Corporation's investment policy does comply with the Public Funds Investment Act, and staff is recommending approval. And there were no changes this year to the policy.
Okay, seeing that there's no questions, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. With there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Okay, the council meeting is reconvened. And at this time, the council is going to go into executive session on item number 14, per Texas Government Code Sections 551.07 and 551.072. We will be back in roughly 45 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And we left off on section N, that is individual consideration items. Item number 11 is a resolution to adopt the 2025 Water Conservation Plan. Nick? No, this is a conservation plan. We tabled the level 1. Nick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. I have a short presentation for the updated Water Conservation Plan. First, the background. Corpus Christi was the first city in Texas to develop a water conservation and drought contingency plan as a combined policy. 2013, those were separated into 2 distinct plans. The city is required to maintain its water conservation plan as a requirement with TCEQ, and once this plan is updated, we will submit it for the record. As all of you are aware, we formed a Water Conservation Advisory Committee. The committee consisted of representatives selected by all of you, along with the city manager. And on the slide, I've shown who was on the committee and what entity they represent. It was a very diverse group, and I'd like to first just really thank all of them for their efforts. The meetings were very beneficial. They were very enjoyable. I enjoy going to them. And all of these people donated their time to attend the meetings and provide comments and feedback. So we're appreciative to them all. The plan goal is to establish conservation goals and outline best management practices. One of the things that the committee recommended is to restructure the existing plan, make it more readily available. You know, it could be understood a little more. Previously, it was a little more technical, and to update the graphics and, of course, the organization of the document. Some of the things that I do want to just highlight as changes, and I led into this. So the previous plan was a traditional format, had long narrative, it was very wordy, and there weren't very many visuals. Per the committee's input, they wanted a more visual document that could be used for public facing. They wanted to utilize infographics and dashboards so the public could better understand the details. The other thing is the document itself still has to meet the technical requirements of the state. So what we've done is we've worked with meeting the goal of having it more accessible to the public, but also still meeting the technical requirements of the state. The plan itself, another overarching theme is that it's more of a strategy-focused plan. It talks about long-term sustainability. One of the things that is prevalent in this plan, and certainly wasn't as significant in the past, is the wastewater or effluent reuse. We've made monumental efforts into our strategy to reutilize our effluent that each of our 6 wastewater treatment plants produce, and we're thankful to this council for the approval of those projects. And the other item is just showing that the emphasis on developing a long-term water supply. One thing that I'm very proud of is it clearly states in this plan that our strategic goal is to diversify the water supply, and the diversification would include our surface water, our groundwater, seawater, and also effluent reuse. In the 2020 plan, we talk about the gallons per capita per day. There is a reduction shown in the 5- and 10-year goals. We've added annual outreach targets to ensure that we continue to educate and inform the community. There's added goals for water loss, the expansion of reuse, and the goals for compliance during drought management. One of the things after recent meetings, we do have some proposed amendments to the plan that's in front of you. And I'd like to go through those today. That's some of the feedback that we've been provided. Is in section 2.6, remove the water supply target goals by type table. One of the comments was that was almost confining because it defines certain percentages for each of those diversified water supplies. And we didn't want to be confined to those percentages. There are projects listed in the document, and we decided to remove the volume or production volume of each project, because as that project is being developed, that volume or production volume may change. The EV ranch was listed in there. We're removing that. And then we expanded the narrative on the diversification of the water supplies, which I mentioned how critical that is. The other key target is our leak detection, repair, and water loss accounting. Table 8.3, previously it had specific goals listed. We're updating the goal for 2030 to 13 gallons per capita per day, and 2035 to 11 gallons per capita per day. And then we would also include, there's a formula on how to determine those numbers. So we wanted to better clarify on how that's determined and actually use the population at the time when the calculation was done, because we know the population can change. Just gives the public a better idea on how that number is determined. So those amendments, I think, are key. They're important amendments. If this council is willing, we would hope that someone on the council would approve adoption of this conservation plan along with the proposed amendments. And again, I'm going to stand by for questions, but I really want to thank the committee itself. Again, they took time out of their day. They met with us for multiple hours, for multiple times, and their comments and feedback were very beneficial. And with me today, I've also got Esteban Ramos and Wes Nebgen, who can stand by and answer any questions as well.
Nick, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Nick, document is beautiful, and it was really great to go over with staff. Our call last week, I think the team really did a wonderful job. I'm very grateful to the community members who volunteered their time and our staff who worked with them. And I appreciate your slides on some of those amendments. Do we have a copy today of that presentation that you provided? I apologize, but I don't see that exact presentation in our packet for this, outlining those changes specifically. Did I miss it somewhere?
I can tell you this, the presentation was it was originally done, and then as a result of the conversations, we recently re-uploaded the presentation. So if I could, I'd like to just put those back on the screen for everyone.
Okay. Because one of my biggest, two of my bigger inputs was, which you hit the nail on the head, was when my concern was putting volumes associated with projects that could kind of make us stuck to that amount. And in that thought process, in section 2.6, which is page 12 of the document, we still have that table there.
Right, so per this amendment, that table would be removed.
That was what I wanted clarity.
Yeah, we didn't have time to update the actual document, so we're proposing the amendments. And per the amendments, the document would be updated and then reissued to all of you.
Okay, that was actually one of my notes, so I'm glad to see that up here. Another note from my side was, I would really like to see, and I know back in section 11, you have some items in there that go over our current codes, but I'd really like to see the document become kind of a living, breathing, a community member can pick it up, and while we have this great technical roadmap, they could also use this to say some very specific things, like how do I do best practice in the city of Corpus Christi? So kind of fleshing out some of that. And I think one of the things we talked about was potentially taking what is now the Conservation Plan Committee and morphing that into this next chapter, and looking at some of that across everything. And I like the tables that you have. It's like page 9, 10, 11. It's section 2.5, key strategies. I do like that. But if, I think that's like, these are our goals, this is our strategies, but to put it kind of in the community members, put it in their experience level, like, okay, if I live in Corpus Christi, what are some great ways that I can work through this plan and conserve water? And so on 2.4, you also have a section on education and output and outreach. The way I read this is that this is all currently existing. I think my understanding from our call was some of this is actually in practice and some of this is future goals. Is that right? I don't see a super clear, and maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see a super clear delineation on which ones are existing and which ones are goals.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the CCW does quite a bit of community education, including the Zeroscape Center, but we also reach out to schools. We do presentations at schools, and not a week doesn't go by where we don't, when school's in session, that we have a school tour at the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant as well. All of you are fully aware of our public information campaigns in regards to water conservation. And, you know, we've got the efficiency efforts, which you look at the reclaimed water program, that's a huge part of it all as well, Council.
And we have that in there speaking to our 16 MGD for effluent project.
Just to touch on some of those questions regarding the public information, I would just like the community to look at 9.11, that's public information. It kind of gives more statistics and stats on page 38 of the plan.
Okay.
So it kind of leads to what we are doing right now with some statistics.
That's helpful. That's helpful. And we have our 16 MGD goal for effluent capture in here. I know we talked about effluent or reuse throughout the document, but do we have that specifically listed?
So what we're doing is removing the volumes from each of the projects.
Sure, but just as a project.
So, absolutely. There's a big part about reclaimed water in here. But to reiterate that, the goal is 16 MGD at a minimum, and we're hopeful to go above that.
I love that. I love that perspective, and I'm trying to be cognizant of my time. So real quick, on C30, section E, where we outlined that based on state parameters for the document that we are following through, that our customers and their customers have a similar document. That could be kind of a check mark, but we're doing that, right? That's in practice.
So each of our customers, and specifically the wholesale customers, I mean, they are required as well to have a water conservation plan. Largely, they have tended to mimic our conservation plan. However, you know, each system is unique, and they have their own variations to the plan as well, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Okay. And then on, again, I'm trying to go quick, C28, we have a section that's outlining our volume coming through on the wells. And I realize this is an appendix item, but this is really wonderful technical data throughout the appendices. And I think there's some praise reports in there that scenario could be actually updated to match some of your more recent work.
Yeah, it's one of those things as we're bringing these projects and moving as swiftly as we are, the data becomes outdated rather quickly.
Okay, so I noticed that it says in the guidelines that as we make a change to the system, we're supposed to update this. So maybe it behooves us before we actually submit to add that, maybe.
To provide the update.
I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Would anyone, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to make public comment on item number 11? Just come on up.
Michael Miller, District 2. I had the pleasure of serving on the committee with fellow committee members. We had a really good group. Everybody generally got along. We didn't have any fights and fireworks like we're on the Farfield committee, but and I appreciate Nick and Esteban's help. I didn't have a whole lot of time to review this final draft. It came yesterday evening, and I know these guys are way incredibly busy with other things, so I don't fault them for that. But I haven't had a chance to completely review it, but everything, other than a few clerical things that I discussed with Esteban earlier, is as we discussed. The only thing that I was a little bit disappointed in is that I wasn't afforded time with Miles or the city attorney's office to discuss possible ways that we could use this document to avoid some of the residential curtailment issues that you guys were faced with. And I appreciate that the water department made a recommendation to increase the baseline for the residential classes. But at the end of the day, I think we could have done a little bit more. But you know, this is kind of like an extra credit exercise for the water department. And it's critical for securing funding and everything else. So I do recommend that you guys approve it with the noted amendments. But I think moving into, as we, you know, go through, if we end up going into curtailment and see what the unintended consequences of, you know, some of the, you know, baselines and everything that we experienced during that time period, that we make good notes of that and incorporate it into the, I guess it would be the 2030 water conservation plan whenever we get there. Other than that, everything looks good. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mark, Mr. Corpus Christi. I was just reading the welcome to the conservation plan. I wish I had more time to look at it, but just off the bat, I can tell it talks about how in Corpus Christi we have significant continuous demands for industry driving our water demand, and that we have to support the substantial industrial base. And I just don't think that benefits residents, and that residents are facing the consequences. And we give the education that I would want residents to have is the property tax abatements that these industries get. I want residents to understand exactly how much water industry uses, because I think that's lacking. That the understanding of residents knowing like actually what's going on with their water situation is lacking. And this is partnership efficiency for industry, not for regular people, not for the taxpayers and the voters of this community. And the welcome talks about how we have like an evolving climate situation in the world, and these companies that we're selling out to are the ones that are driving those crises and that are making money and profiting off of war and off of natural disasters. And yeah, I hope everyone reads this welcome.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, in section 2.3 and again in 6.2 of the plan, you identify multifamily as residential, but in the drought contingency plan you identify them as commercial. Can you kind of explain the disparity?
Absolutely, I can, and I apologize if I did misrepresent it earlier. But if we go back to one of the earlier workshops in regards to the drought contingency plan, we talked about how we would look at multifamily units, but we would look at them using the same methodology as a commercial customer. So I think I needed to clarify that better earlier. So the multifamily units, of course, absolutely consist of residential citizens, However, the baseline methodology that we thought was favorable for them was using the commercial baseline methodology.
That can being considered, it might be something to separate them out as a single category as opposed to lumping them in. I mean, because you're creating confusion, right? Now you have residents, if you include multifamily at 32% of the water usage and commercial at 14, but if you include them as commercial as part of your 9,000 commercial accounts, you end up a different number, a different split. So I just think you need to be consistent across, all platforms, whether it's drought conservation plan or the water conservation plan.
Understood.
Drought contingency plan and the water conservation.
Yeah, consistency is good.
Okay. In section 2.6, we had talked about this, about EV Ranch, but I was kind of trying to understand how you derived our additional water sources, because looking at the Region N plan, which was approved for 2026, there's several items on there that aren't reflected in your plan, and then you have an item on there that isn't in the Region N plan. And we have other projects that we're looking at that aren't in the Region N plan either. So you have kind of I'm not really sure where you're getting your information for additional water projects.
Our additional water projects, we review weekly. They're updated weekly. They change weekly. I would go back to just the point that all of this is evolving in a fast manner. Certainly, there's a significant vote coming up on a seawater project as well. There's considerations for other projects, and all of that would certainly change depending upon the next steps for each of those projects. But I know we did talk about the EV Ranch, right? And there's no activity going on there, so we absolutely agreed to remove that, even though that is in the Region N plan.
It is in the Region N plan, but the South Texas Water Authority one is not. And that's included in your additional water sources. So it just seems like what are we looking at here? I guess I want some consistency as to
Sure. I would say, what are we, in terms of what CCW is looking at, is every single project that's in the water supply update. At the time the conservation plan was put together, the committee was utilizing the best information they had available, knowing that absolutely some of this could turn out of date depending on how things proceed in terms of negotiations on some of these other projects.
Okay, so as of right now, I think you need to add everything that's in your updates to reflect what's happening today. This does not reflect that.
What I would, if I could offer a suggestion, I do think it should be updated, and I guess we could do a couple of things. That could be part of the proposed amendment to update it that way. Or, as Councilwoman Paxson stated, when referring to the appendices in the back, there are just updates to the appendices to make sure that the document is as relevant and up to date as possible.
Look, this is a requirement for TCEQ, correct?
That's correct.
So will it be reviewed by TCEQ?
Say that again?
Will this document be reviewed by TCEQ?
Yeah, they will review it. Mm-hmm. Yes.
For the record, this is Seven Armo, Assistant Director of Water Supply Management. Yes, this document will be submitted to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality in addition to the Texas Water Development Board. And to your point, it is used as an appendix to applications for funding and other applications. In regards to some of those questions on that, that section is meant just to hint to additional water supply strategies that the city of Corpus Christi is reviewing or has been discussing.
Okay.
And so the collaboration with the South Texas Water Authority is ongoing. That has been always a discussion that we've had with our partners with South Texas Water Authority.
Okay, so I guess what I want to say is I want to reflect what is the most current information, because we're writing it as current information, so it should reflect the projects that we're looking at in your weekly updates. So I'll make a motion to amend that to reflect the most current information. Okay?
Second.
All right, and lastly, on page 34 and 35 you have leak detection and repair and water loss accounting. I know we talked about this when we met in person. It's a little, your goals have increased. So we'd mentioned this, that you were going from gallons per capita per day, of 15 gallons per capita per day, to a goal of 13, and then eventually in 2029, and this is on table 8-2. And then for table 8-3, where you're making for the future plan, you're increasing. You've increased your average, and then they're keeping it at, you're going from 12 in the previous plan to 15 on a per capita basis in 2030, and we really haven't had much of a population increase. So can you kind of explain why we're increasing our plan versus trying to decrease in a water conservation plan?
So what we did is I met with the team, and one of the amendments, our proposed amendments, staff's proposed amendments, is to reduce the 2030 number to 13 adjusted water loss gallons per capita per day, and then the goal for 2035 is 11.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I'm back. On page 7 of the document, where you have that pie chart, where in here do the wholesale customers fall?
Esteban, I'm going to have Esteban answer that.
Sure.
So the wholesale customers fell into, this pie chart is to represent the cities coming out of Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant, our percentage. So what we're distributing through the distribution system. So this is where the customer class is.
So it's not inclusive of any of the wholesalers?
That's right.
Okay, okay. Maybe we make a little caveat on that.
And on the top part, you see the wholesale customers. You see Beeville, Alice, Mathis. They're coming out of the Lake Corpus Christi, just for your reference at the top.
Thank you for that. Okay, on page, it's Appendix D. Let's see, you know what, before I go to there, back on my thought as far as adding in here some good practices, this kind of goes back into what I was saying about possibly taking this committee or kind of taking this into committee stage 2, and looking at things like the incentive-based programs, like, individuals who are consistently conserving water, or, you've got some good ideas in here, like a more efficient flush system. There's so many more, tankless water heaters, looking at our UDC to adopt drought-resilient grass, river rocks, those types of things. You've got a lot of those ideas or goals or strategies on that really big table, but being able to put some of those into practice additionally in a way that we can actually incorporate it into some of those living, breathing ordinances, documents, those types of things, I think that'd be very meaningful. Since all of this is so fresh in their mind. But that aside, coming back over to page D1 and D2, I'm curious why this state water rights application was included if it was in the 2019-2020 conservation plan, because I don't know why we would want to apply for water rights 5-6 years in a running. Specifically, I just felt like that was kind of an odd.
So it was included because it's a opportunity. Doesn't mean that we need to apply for any state additional surface water plans, but it is, it lays out an opportunity that you could apply for. Remember, we applied for the groundwater wells, permit applications for the bed and banks, so it went along with that theme.
So I would, because they're kind of going along with our previous discussions about how we don't have all of the other projects listed. To me, I don't know why after 6 years, we would still want a water rights application listed in this document. If it's already been sent off, it's already on file, that's not an approved project yet. I would just as soon add to your table of amendments to strike those 2 pages.
D1 and D2?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know that you guys have a slate of amendments, and I really love those. Mr. Hernandez has an amendment, and to add that, I'm not sure where to do that parliamentary.
Mr. Winkleman, I don't know if you can help. Yeah, we're having trouble tracking over here, so.
So there's the proposed amendments by staff, which is on the presentation. And then Councilman Hernandez offered an amendment, or in addition to that amendment, to include all of the current projects that staff is working on to the list of the strategic plans. And then Councilwoman Paxson offered to strike D1 and D2. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So those are in addition to the amendments on the slide, right?
Yes.
Okay. So does everyone understand all of the amendments? Okay.
Do we need to make a motion to approve those?
You make a motion to amend, and then we'll approve the resolution as amended after that. So first the amendments.
Do we have a motion already?
Okay, so Gil already made a motion.
Yes, so now you can make the amendment.
Rebecca, he made a motion, and Councilman Barrera seconded.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
So what do we need to do?
So now we'll make the motion to amend.
Okay, so you want to.
So we're making a motion to amend the amendment to the amendment on the item?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you're making a motion to amend, to include the amendments in the plan, as stated by Mr. Winkleman.
Would that be sufficient for the 3?
Yes, ma'am, we can do them all together. So as he explained, it's the ones on the slide, yours, and then Mr. Hernandez says those would be all the amendments included in the plan.
Okay, thank you. So a motion to amend as stated as Mr. Winkleman.
Yes, ma'am.
And I can review them all again if that would be beneficial.
Does anyone need more clarity on it? No? Okay.
Mark, you good?
Good to go.
Okay. So I do have that on the screen, if you're ready, Mayor, for me
Yes.
to call for the
Okay, so we
vote.
have a motion. Did we have a second on that?
And we already asked for public
Second.
comment, so.
All right, please submit your vote. Oh, what's that? Oh,
Oh, and Ms. Campos, too.
yeah.
Okay. Ms. Campos, did you say aye? We can't hear you. Uh-oh.
Aye.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, and then we'll pass it as amended, Mayor, the resolution as amended.
You want to make a motion as amended?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your votes.
Aye.
And did we see Ms. Campos on the screen? I missed it. I was looking at the monitor.
Aye.
There you are. Okay, awesome.
Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, we're going to move on to our briefings. We have items 12 and 13. Item number 12 is the fiscal year 2027 General Fund Financial Forecast Briefing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Amy Rodriguez, Director of Management and Budget. We've been working on the presentation, so we're passing that out for you, and it has been attached in Legistar as well. So to begin, we're going to be focusing on the general fund financial forecast today. And I just wanted to go over briefly our annual process. This isn't just something that we do a few months out of the year, although it definitely does ramp up during this time of the year, but it is an ongoing process all year long. So the image on the screen demonstrates that. We constantly monitor revenues and historical trends throughout the year. We meet monthly with departments, with the city manager, and with ELT on budget to actual reviews. We do have the annual comprehensive financial report that is presented in the spring each year. We re-estimate our current fiscal year. About halfway through the year, we say, this is what's actually happened. We know more now, so we can re-estimate the rest of the year. And then we consider current economic conditions and other factors. With all of that, we're able to develop assumptions that help us identify what our resources are. If we know what resources we have coming in, then we can identify what we have available to spend. And just a reminder, this is a pie chart that you've seen before. This is a graphic that we show every year for our general fund budget. So the FY26 general fund budget was $346.7 million. The outer ring of this pie chart, maybe the pie crust, represents revenues and the different sources of those revenues. And then the inner part of the pie chart is the expenses and the services that are provided with those revenues. This slide will show you the growth over the last 5 years in property tax revenue in the general fund. We had experienced high growth for a couple of years, 5% growth in FY23 and FY24. And then in FY25, that growth decreased to 1%. And we are anticipating a 3% growth in revenue for FY26. Our assumption for FY27 is 1.3% revenue growth in the general fund for property tax revenue. And that is in line with the preliminary values that we received at the end of April. Just a reminder to you and to the community that timing is everything when it comes to forecasting property tax values. So the Nueces County Appraisal District, they go out and they appraise the properties within the city, within the county, and they do that as of January 1st each year. What is the value of the property on that day? April 1st, they send out the single family residents, and May 1st, they send out all other notice of appraised values. April 30th is when we receive those preliminary values, and May 15th is a deadline for property owners to protest their values. Certified values are provided to us July 25th, and then October 1, the tax assessor sends out those tax bills, and property taxes are due on January 31st. When we're looking at property values and estimating our revenues as well as our tax rates, we look at those properties in two categories, existing properties and new properties. The existing property values are what are used to calculate the no new revenue tax rate, which is capped at that 3.5% increase year over year. New values are not considered in that calculation, so that would be new properties that have come onto the rolls as of January 1st or sold in the prior year and have a new owner as of January 1st. This slide shows the last 10 years of tax rate history. And so one of the things I wanted to point out here is you'll see the tax rate increased 2 cents in FY 2019 and increased 2 cents in FY 2020. Those 2 cents were dedicated to residential street reconstruction. So that's a total of 4 cents that was added to the tax rate between 2018 and 2020. That held steady for a few years. And then in FY 23, the tax rate was decreased and then decreased again in FY 24. Our forecast assumes that the tax rate will stay the same for FY 27. And so that would be 4 years at the same tax rate. And one of the things I wanted to point out is our current tax rate is lower than it was prior to adding the 4 cents for streets. So prior city councils did provide significant property tax relief to property owners in the way of updating our exemptions. So FY 24, the homestead exemption was 10%. In FY 25 and 26, that is now at 20%. And then the over 65 and disabled exemption was at 50,000, and it was increased in FY 25 and 26 to 62.5. Another significant source of funds in the general fund is our payment in lieu of tax. We do have 69 industrial district agreements. Our estimated revenue for FY 26 is $29 million. And for FY 27, we are forecasting no growth for our IDA revenue. 90% of that revenue stays in the general fund. 5% goes to the street maintenance fund, and 5% goes to the residential street reconstruction fund. For sales tax, the historical trend, there was a spike, 6% growth in FY 23, and it has leveled off quite a bit the last few years. We are assuming 1% growth for FY 27 in sales tax. For our expense assumptions, we are including contractual obligations, which would include $1.3 million for the police collective bargaining agreement. This is year 4 of a 4-year agreement. And $2 million for the fire collective bargaining agreement. This is year 3 of a 4-year agreement. We're also assuming an increase in health benefit contributions in order to make the health benefits fund, that self-insurance fund, healthy and restore that fund balance. The graph before you shows on the red line, that is our reserve for major contingencies, which is set by financial policy at 20% of our general fund operational expenses. And as you know, we have an aspirational goal to make that 25%. The blue line shows our ending fund balance. So for 22, 23, and 24, 25 actuals, you can see that slowly getting closer together. And then FY 26 to FY 27 forecasted, they're meeting. So the forecast for FY 27, our 20% reserve for major contingency requirement would be $72.4 million. But our forecasted ending fund balance currently is $71.5 million. That's a delta of about $900,000. So what are the numbers? This table summarizes our general fund revenues, and you can see side by side our FY 25 actuals, our FY 26 estimate, and FY 27 forecast. The total forecasted revenues are $344.2 million. Again, property tax, the increase over FY 26 is 1.3%. The industrial district is no growth. Sales tax is 1% increase. Franchise fees has been trending to come down slightly each year. Public safety revenues are slightly higher, primarily due to emergency call revenue. Solid waste has a moderate increase. Interest on investments has been coming down the last couple of years, and we anticipate it coming down again next year. Oil and gas leases, that would be the natural gases that are harvested from the landfill. That's leveled off. And then we have our tax payment and other revenues. On the expense side, the general government, public safety, health, library, parks, solid waste, all of our departments will see some increases in the expenses compared to the estimate. The majority of that is due to vacancy savings that are captured in the estimate, and then the increased contribution to health care benefits in '27. Anticipating, another year of not significant revenue growth. City staff have been working, leadership has been working on opportunities for cost savings, and so we are assuming some potential mid-year budget adjustments in this number, which we'll be bringing to you next month. So our total FY27 forecasted expenses currently is $362.2 million. In summary, we anticipate having a beginning fund balance of $89.5 million, total revenues of $344.2 million, which gives us total funds available, if you add those two numbers, $433.7. Total operating expenses would be the $362.2 million. And then when you consider the reserve for contingency requirement of 20%, that leaves us with a negative ending balance of around $900,000. Looking forward, we've been busy in May, so we brought you the financial policies. Today is our financial forecast briefing on the general fund. We launched our online community budget survey. And then in June, we hope to have a city council budget goal setting session. And then we'll be working with leadership and with the departments to develop the proposed budget, which would be presented to you on July 28th. In August, we'll hold city council budget workshops and community input sessions. And then we'll bring you the first reading and the second reading to adopt the budget on September 1st and 8th. Depending on the results of the survey, if we feel that it's beneficial, we would schedule a special community input session this month. Just to recap, the last couple of years, we have faced some difficult decisions with the budget. So in FY25, we collected $12 million less in property tax revenue, and we balanced that by reducing recurring expenses. And in FY26, we had a $7 million gap. When I presented that financial forecast last year, we balanced that by reducing recurring expenses and evaluating some of the fees for services. So for FY27, the gap is not significant. The $900,000 that we need to close that gap, very manageable, and with responsible planning, we'll do that. So a balanced approach will be used again. We will continue to look at decreasing recurring expenses and evaluating fees to make sure that we're properly recovering the cost of service. And we will focus on maintaining current service levels. That concludes my presentation, and I'll stand by for any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm glad that we don't have a super huge $7 million deficit to cover again, so good work, everybody. My comment right now, I know this is just a presentation, it's not an action item, so I want to be brief, but on the survey, the online survey, we had originally scheduled budget input sessions for each of the districts, and then we decided to forego those and add water briefings. We launched increased our launch or our push for the online survey, and decided to push some of those community input sessions to much later. For myself, if we are going to come back together in June to set those priorities, we haven't had our district budget priority list. And while I think it's our responsibility to kind of know what's going on in each of our districts, there's a lot of meaningful information at those meetings. And so I would really like us to prioritize doing those this summer. I think an online survey is great. There's a lot of cases where people can't get to those meetings, but it doesn't replace having that in-person connection to the community. And so I think that absolutely needs to be prioritized as we begin the initial points of this budget discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
On page 19, you have a transfer to street residential fund of $32.5 million. Is this fully fund our projected cost for streets in general?
It maintains current funding levels based on policy, but I'm not prepared to speak to fully funding streets today.
Okay, so Michael, maybe you can answer this question. In terms of what we've been doing historically, we've added funding to it. There's type B funding that we use and stuff like that. Are we funding it to the historical levels that we're doing it outside of the general fund budget?
So we're not funding them to the levels since Peter, the city manager, has been here. But like Amy said, we are level funding as far as our transfer to the street fund.
Okay, from the general fund, which requires, obviously we have a certain transfer from the industrial districts. We have 1% of our general fund budget go to streets. So it's all along the lines of our particular policies, right?
Correct.
But not necessarily all the funding.
We're not including any additional transfers
Okay.
beyond the policy.
So you're just strictly funding from the general fund?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the presentation. One of the things that last year, looking back at some of the criticism that we got, and I thought it was really good criticism, is that this time around, I'd like to see if we could go out and do the budget meetings that, and so that we can get really good feedback. I think it would be better that we don't, last year, you had the council members, and we had people, so you have a tendency to get a little defensive. But this time, I think it should just be staff. Maybe myself as a council member welcoming everybody, but really let the people ask the questions and refrain from trying to answer those questions right there. Because I think it would be better just to try and compile as much concern or questions that we can get, and then at a later date, try to come back and answer those.
Yes,
So
sir.
I just remember that. I think it had a lot to do with the people's budget. So,
Yes, sir.
all right.
Councilman Barrera.
Hey, could you just, let's set up some time so we can go over the reserves with the fund balance and the health plan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So Amy, your forecast assumes that we have a very modest growth, right, in property tax and sales tax revenues.
Yes.
So what risks or what economic risks do you see or external factors that's going to or could further impact that? And do we have a contingency plan should those numbers not come in as anticipated?
Obviously, water security is a huge topic right now. We're not assuming that we won't have water security in this forecast. I don't know if I'm saying that right. We're assuming that we will have water and our economy will continue to be stable. Mm-hmm. We are working on what the potential impacts of a curtailment might be to the budget. That's not reflected here.
Okay. And what about the expenditures on all of the water infrastructure projects that we are working on and continue to expend?
Yes, ma'am. That would be specific to the water fund, so it wouldn't be reflected in this forecast as well.
Right. It's the general fund. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're the aspirational goal, as we put it, was 25%? Correct. So, well, you said the $900,000 shortfall is going to be manageable. Y'all will be able to take care of that without having to change that?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, Amy, I think that's all the questions. This is a very good presentation. Thank you. We appreciate it very much. Okay, so next back, our last item here is 13, water supply update.
Yes, Mayor and Council, Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. There is a critical slide I want to spend some time on to go over, and in the interest of time, I like to, I'll of course answer any questions, but I certainly want to focus on our updated dashboard. It's been about a month, so we want to update our water supply dashboard. And some key things to note. Previously, the projected date of level 1 water emergency was September of 2026. And again, that is the date when we are projected to be 180 days away from supply not meeting demand. There has been some changes over the last month. A couple of them include beneficial rainfall in both definitely in the Lake Texana watershed and a little bit in the Western Reservoir watershed. Some of the significant changes is the projection of 20% curtailment from the Lavaca-Navidad River Authority out of Lake Texana. That has been pushed back. Initially, it was projected to be in August. Currently, it's projected to be in November. Some of the other changes are some improvements in the delivery schedule of our reuse projects, slight improvements, and then of course the production of the the Nueces County well field. All of those changes being considered, we worked with our modeler, and the current projected date of our level 1 water emergency is December of 2026. So it has moved back from September to December. Some very encouraging news. One thing that I do want to say is there is a beneficial forecast this week. So we need to remember that these numbers do not include any future rain and the rain we would see this week. So continued benefits we're going to continue to watch, and we will continue to monitor. We have agreed to definitely update this dashboard on a monthly basis at a minimum. If there are significant or substantial changes, we would update it more frequently. But right now, it looks like that month time frame is a good approach. Another thing to remember is that when rain falls in the watershed, it has a lot to do with the soil moisture condition, and then of course you don't see it reflect in the reservoir percentages immediately. It does take some time. And I'll just review a couple more quick slides, and like I said, in the interest of time, I want to make sure that I answer all of your questions. But generally, in the last week, the watersheds received about 0.5 to 2 inches. This week, our watersheds are looking anywhere from 2 to 5 inches for the remainder of the week. So that's very good news. Potentially, the Lake Texana watershed will get more water than was forecasted for the western reservoirs, but it could be beneficial if the forecast holds. And with that being said, I know that there's a lot going on. I would like to just stand by for questions. The presentation is detailed, and instead of going through it all, I'd like to just see if any of council has questions, and I can elaborate.
Thank you, Nick. Councilman Scott.
Hey, Nick, I was reading, so I may miss this. So you've removed the Evangeline water from the dashboard? So they started coming on in November.
Correct. So the previous dashboard and this dashboard did not have Evangeline in it. So it's not a change, but yes, sir, you are correct. Evangeline is not in this dashboard.
In the presentation you gave us a couple of weeks ago, I noticed we had 5 MGD coming online in 26, 16 coming online in 27, 3 coming online in 28. I think we would all agree those are ambitious at this point. And so I appreciate you removing them from any further conversation until we have some sort of certainty through all of that. The second question I have is on your third page, just in general terms, what is the, and you can give it to me later, what's the difference in supply and demand starting in June 27? What is that gap?
Right, so in June of 27 is when we are projected where supply won't meet demand. And that is the reason for when we go into level 1 water emergency to initiate the allocations. And what that would do is at that time, that would bring the supply curve down. It would lower it so that or it would lower the demand curve so our supply could meet our demand.
Can somebody just tell me later what that difference is? How much water would we need to have in the system beginning in June 27 to not go into level 1, right? Because that's what it's all about, is that date, work back 6 months. And I guess
that's correct.
And if we had, I'm thinking about our additional water in our western wells that are going to be in the wells, but not in the river, which benefit the region, recognizing the concerns that others have. And so I want to reiterate that we spend a lot of energy on water conservation and DCPs today, and we will in a second, but at the end of June, we're going to have the equivalent, I think, of 36 million gallons a day in the wells, but only have the ability to pull out somewhere between 20 and 26 million gallons a day. And so we have somewhere between 10 and 16 million gallons a day in the wells. You know, we're looking at the water, we just can't use it. And I would be curious what that would do to this update, this dashboard, if we could get it to come online in, I don't know, pick a date, shoot, August, you know, or July. And I get the political ramifications and all that, but I think it's a good exercise because I think I want the public at least to know, you know, that if we're unable to get that additional water, which I guess may be a bad idea, but if we're unable to get that additional water, this is what we're looking at unless something changes, right? More rain. But I also want the public to understand that if we could get all the water that we have spent money on, what would be the impact on that? My sense is it pushes that level 1 water emergency back pretty significantly.
It's absolutely, yeah, it's absolutely beneficial, Councilman. And one thing that I can say is, you know, a lot of this is all about time, and it's all about extending time as we bring the new projects online. And a couple of things that I do want to point out, that the pink dots on the demand curve, that shows an offset of effluent reuse. So because of those projects are coming online, the demand curve lowers and gets us closer to fill that gap.
Well, I think it's a good exercise for the public to understand that for reasons, good, bad, or indifferent, we have somewhere between 10 and 16 million gallons a day in the wells by the end of June that we think we might not be able to use. And if we could use, it would, I think, pretty significantly push back, give us more time. It would, because time is what's important. And that is something that's in our control, right? That's not, you know, praying for rain, which God bless the prayer, or in my prayers Sunday at church. But we have control over that. So I just want the public to understand that that's an opportunity that's out there that I think we're working on. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Paxton.
That was basically the area of my question. Is it just the variance being granted on those two management plans that's the delta between actual yield and potential?
Yes, Councilwoman. So if you recall, we have a variance request for both the eastern well field and the western well field to loosen the monitoring plan along the river, which would essentially allow us to put more water into the river.
That's the only roadblock between that full 36 MGD. by that June?
By June, one thing to remember is we are constructing a conveyance line that is projected to go online in December, and that we would not discharge as much water into the river at that time. So once that happens in December, that's 24 million gallons a day from the western well field being pumped directly to Owen Stevens, independently of the river.
That was going to be my question. So if we get that on in December, then that gives us 24 million gallons a day that is not in the river.
Correct.
So then that would be 12 as a difference to the 36. Are we able to do that with our current management plan?
So we would, with the current management plan, especially with the eastern well field, there would still be some restrictions with the current management plan. But you can see in December, the orange bars, which is the well fields, you can see the increase, and that's because of the construction of that conveyance line. Yeah.
But I just noticed they didn't go up to, oh, I see what you're saying, because of the construction of the line. And
Yeah.
will we have all of the ERF project wells completed by that time as well?
So what the projection on the ARF property was to have them complete in the June, July timeframe, so it's like end of July kind of.
26?
26, yes.
Okay, and that was how many total wells?
On the ERF property, that's not yet determined. So our partners are looking into that, and then we are working with Intera on the hydrogeology, so I don't have a final number.
But the volume would stay the same?
Oh, correct. So it's a total of the western well field and ERF combined is 26 million gallons a day. And if the wells, remember there's redundant wells required if some wells need to be shut off or go offline for repairs. So there's got to be redundancy built in, but we're maintaining what the hydrogeologist recommends.
Okay, so when we get that pipeline on, are we able to put the highest TDS through that to save the conditions of the riverbed?
So the pipeline is being installed from the western well field to the Owen Stevens plant, and then early next year is when the brackish RO equipment comes online. The conveyance line is not meant to connect the eastern well field to Owen Stevens. It's only the western well field because that is the most, that's the beneficial water. That's the best quality water.
For long-term sustainability of the asset?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the update. I think most of my questions are answered, but I wanted, last time we talked, I think you had a meeting in waiting with Aquatech, and I know you're, for sake of time, but can you just give me a quick update in terms of what took place, if anything, with Aquatech?
Yeah, absolutely. We had a very good meeting with Aquatech. We reviewed the project. We went over the details, and if you don't mind, I will jump to that slide.
19.
Yes, 19. So what we were informed by Aquatech is that we held the meeting on May 7th. They are working to provide additional information to us. What they would like to do is to provide the city a letter of intent to further detail the project and the conditions. In my opinion, that's a starting point to develop a term sheet. And what Aquatech has told me, they were hoping to get me that information last week, but they said we would have it this week, is what the representative said.
Can you share that with us when you do get it? Because I think we won't convene again until
June 2nd.
June 2nd. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you.
I will.
That's the only thing I had. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fawn.
Well, thank the good Lord for rain, right? We got some. Let me ask you, how many wells did we contract with ERF for?
So ERF they had told us that they would drill 6 total wells. So that was part of the water right purchase agreement.
And how many have they done, do you know?
I don't. So they are managing that. There was one drilled when the water rights purchase happened. Outside of that, I'm not fully up to date on their construction schedule.
Okay. I was just wondering, because I go out that way about 2 to 3 times a week, and there's an awful lot of activity going on over there. I mean, you see these trucks coming in with the pipe, just lots of activity. So have we contracted for more than that we don't know about, the council?
So what we are doing is we're trying in earnest to develop the Western Well Field, which is the 250 acres. And then one thing that we've said all along is that CCW would contract for additional wells on the ERF property outside of what ERF themselves are drilling.
Okay.
So there's a lot of preliminary work going on. There's well pads being placed. There's some test drilling taking place. And of course, we've got monitoring wells that we've got to put on that property, and then eventually subsidence monitoring stations.
So the answer is yes. Basically, yes. It's not 6, it could be more.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah. And we've always said that, because we've got to develop, if there's 17 MGD from the original Western Well Field, 9 MGD for ERF, the ERF wells, they've always stated that those are designed for about 1 million gallons a day. So the city has always had to supplement that for both the volume, but also for redundancy.
Okay, well, there's still that concern for me for what we're doing out there to the rural area, so I hope we're monitoring it. The other thing that I was going to ask you is, I've attended a couple of those far-field meetings, and we know that the Inner Harbor is going to be coming up pretty soon for a vote.
Yes.
So I'm not impressed with the new guy. I think that the one we had before Jordan was way more knowledgeable. I mean, I just was not impressed. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's my opinion. Some of them have been reaching out about certain things. So what they think is the modelers are being forced up against a wall with a deadline with bad science. How would you answer that?
I'm very comfortable with the science, and Councilwoman, I'm also very impressed with the modelers and the team, both Spheros and Hazen, that they've assembled. The data that they've presented continues to impress. The committee itself is very impressive, and they've requested additional model runs. And we've worked with our modeler to try and accommodate as many requests as possible. There's another meeting that is taking place on Thursday. Yeah. The meeting was originally scheduled for 2 hours. We've extended it to 3 just because there's so much information to review, which is a good thing. I continue to be impressed with the data and how they're presenting it. What they are working on now is confirming the calibration and then running the various models, and all of that will lead to the final presentation to the committee on May 28th, followed by the final presentation to council on June 2nd.
And I agree, you've got a really good committee. You've got some really smart people on there. Well, let me ask you about this, because in the contract, on modification 1, it says increasing the model grid resolution vertical and horizontal throughout the Inner Harbor. Well, what I'm being told is the vertical resolution has not been increased within the Inner Harbor channel for the contract terms and statement of work. The city put in the assumption that they assume that enhancing the resolution cannot cause deadline issues. Paradeep, I guess is what it's called, has said they cannot increase the resolution because of the time deadline. And they're saying we're handcuffed to set up to fail because of this, the contract that the city has. Can you answer to that?
I don't agree with that. In terms of the vertical resolution, I definitely would appreciate for the modeler to answer that. I think they've come forward with they've been very transparent with all of the information. They've certainly been forthcoming. I think it's hard to say that a model is quote unquote doomed when the modeler is still working and calibrating it and adding all the additional scenarios that the committee is providing. So
I think those are just some concerns that they're having right now. And as for me, I want to make sure it's good and accurate when they come forward so that we can make a good decision on the Inner Harbor.
I agree with you completely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Along the lines with what Councilman Roy was saying about CC Polymers, you don't really have a date as to when you expect things to come through. As You have the letter of intent, a term sheet, and then ultimately a contract. When do you expect that to happen?
Is this for, I'm sorry, Councilman, for Aquatech? Aquatech. What they've told us is that after the letter of intent, then they expect a 3-month time frame where they will confirm some things on their end, and then I advise them that we would negotiate during that 3-month time frame in parallel so we can keep the project moving forward.
Have they submitted for permits or anything, or are they waiting on the agreement with us, or what?
What they've informed me is that the intake and discharge permits do not need to be modified, and that there would be a permit, of course, required for the potable water treatment plant. They are not to the stage of submitting that yet to TCQ. Keep in mind that they will be adding a ground storage tank, other chlorination features to provide the city with potable water. And I know they have to finish their design before they submit that to TCQ.
Have they told you where they are in that process?
I expect that we would have more information when they submit that letter of intent. To answer your question, I don't know how far along they are on that process.
A letter of intent by this week?
Yeah, originally they targeted last week, and then they reached out and they said it would be this week, by the end of this week.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you expect contract 3 months from that point?
That was, they had told me they needed 3 months to work out details on their end, and I would say that we would work in earnest on the contract during that same time period.
Okay. Question on the far-field model. A lot of concerns with brine is removing or not having enough dissolved oxygen. Is that part of the far-field modeling study?
So what the modeler stated, and this goes back to when the initial modeler was here at one of the very beginning meetings with Spiros, he stated that the key was to review stratification, and then that would provide information on whether the dissolved oxygen component would be an issue or not. The recommendation was to proceed as planned, and if there were any results that were alarming, that may lead us to need to look into dissolved oxygen. We did request a proposal for that. It was $500,000 and a year's worth of work. My comment to that is the modeling effort is specific to the Inner Harbor project. That's the charge, and we really need to be focused on that. And then if the results are alarming in any manner, then that leads to something else, but we need to focus on that.
Okay, so it's your intent to give us the results to council of the far-field model and the contract for Acciona in the same day?
The intent, there's a couple of things going on that day. So on June 2nd, the far-field modeler would make a presentation to council. Previously, they will have done the same presentation to the committee on May 28th, which is open to the public, of course. And then on June 2nd, we have the presentation of the contract for Acciona for council consideration, along with the contract for a owner's agent, which if the contract with Acciona is approved, then we would have an owner's agent involved to help facilitate the contract and the design build process.
Okay, so you're going to only give us that day to digest the far-field model before we have to vote on something else?
My hope is that the council would be able to either attend in person or watch the presentation on May 28th. On the city's YouTube channel, will record the presentation.
Provide us the documentation at that same time? I mean, it's not.
Well, that's why my hope is that some would show up in person and some would watch the YouTube broadcast of it.
Okay, thank you.
Nick, can you explain which of our active water projects are expected to actually bring on new water here in the next 6 to 12 months. I just want, versus of course the long term, I want the public to understand exactly what is operationally impactful in terms of all of these projects.
Sure, Mayor. So there's your time frame was 6 to 12 months. So of course you have the Nueces groundwater program. That is the new water supply project that is providing new water to the city. We have the wastewater reuse program. Those will be coming online in the next 6 to 12 months for sure. As part of the Nueces County program, we have the brackish groundwater treatment, which will increase the amount of water available for the system. We know there are delays in the Evangeline project, and we know that seawater is not a short-term project. So I would say in 6 to 12 months, bringing on new water, those are the two, Mayor.
Three, well, yeah.
The wastewater reuse and the Nueces County groundwater program.
Okay, continuing the drills, the wells.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, well, Nick, thank you for your presentation. We really appreciate it. I think that's all the questions and
I just want to reiterate that the new dashboard will update the website, and then we do plan to send a press release out by the end of the day today, so we can continue to notify all our stakeholders as everyone is planning, and there's a lot of work going on to prepare.
right. And of course, are y'all going to put something out about the date moving or the month moving?
Yeah, so the updated dashboard will clearly show that the projected date of level 1 water emergency is now December of 2026.
And we expect more rain this week.
That's the forecast from the National Weather Service said we'd see more beneficial rainfall this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to section Q, which is pretrial hearing for the removal action of myself. And Councilman Roy is
Recusing himself, yes, ma'am, from this item. Also, Mayor, we would like to ask for a 5 to 10 minute recess, just so we can set up for this part of the meeting.
That's fine. We can go into recess.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the council's going to go into recess for 5 to 10 minutes, and we will return.
One. Okay, we're going to start with public comment. At this time, open item 15 for public comment. Is there anyone who has not previously spoken who would like to speak on item 15?
Yes,
Get it done.
just clarification, is public comment on the issue right now? Okay, very well, thank you. Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi. Okay, I'm sorry you're here. That's the first thing I have to say, is I'm sorry you're here. I'm sorry it has come to this and that you have allowed yourself to be taken on by someone that is profiting from it. And it is a sad set of affairs. But you know what's sadder? It's sadder for us, the people in Corpus Christi, because we have to sit and look at you do this when you have been trying to deal with water, trying to deal with something that's important to us, and yet you're choosing to do this. You're choosing to do this because of an individual that is afraid of competition and has carried this far. So I'm asking you, do the right thing. Get your minds out of whatever things that you want to do, and remember that you represent the taxpayers. And this is the wrong thing for you to be doing. This process is wrong. It should never have happened. I showed you the names that are there, and it is not enough for a few people to try to change Corpus Christi, the face of Corpus Christi, and the votes submitted by the people of Corpus Christi. It is wrong. So I need you to do the right thing. And the right thing is to terminate the silliness that is going on, to terminate the circus that is going on, and to think about the taxpayers, the people of Corpus Christi. Stop listening to a few people and start listening to the community. I urge you. You are intelligent enough to do the right thing. That is what I'm asking you. Drop this thing and listen to the taxpayers.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the audience?
Rachel Caballero, D1. Welcome to politics, right? Some of people will say that they're paid political sensationalists will say things like that, but average, regular, tax-paying community members are the ones that filed this petition. I would ask that we follow the city charter that is constitutional, otherwise you guys wouldn't have a job. And the issue at hand is misconduct, malfeasance, and unethical behavior. And at the end of the day, as a community, and I'd say the petition is up to almost 2,500 now, that we expect accountability from our public servants. We expect integrity, and we expect honesty. And you're not going to get that from certain people coming up to speak in public comment because they're paid. So this is average community members coming here tired of the decades of quid pro quo and any other backdoor deals that have been happening. So we ask for you to be honest here. We ask you to have integrity, and we ask you to do the right thing by this community so we can properly grow in the direction that the community would like. The community has a say in and participation in what happens with this local government governing body. We get to dictate that, and we ask you to please oblige that and follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello. I have a speech here that I wrote today. I know it's not going to make a difference, but I'm going to read it anyways. Today I stand before you deeply concerned about the direction our city is heading and the president being said by what's happening here today. At the heart of the situation, many of us cannot ignore what appears to be fueled this effort from the beginning. This controversy did not arise from broad public outcry across Corpus Christi. It seems to have gained momentum from a vocal citizen who frequently criticized city leadership and council decisions alongside a hoteler with clear business interest who has publicly fought city actions, including litigation against the city. To many residents, this raises concerns about motives and fairness. When private frustrations, political disagreements, and business investments begin influencing efforts to remove elected officials, we must stop and ask ourselves, is this truly about what's best for Corpus Christi? Or is it about settling grievances and protecting personal interest? That question matters because what happens here today affects more than just one person. It affects integrity of our city government and the trust the public places in each of you. Today, I stand before you not to defend politics, personalities, or disagreements. I stand here to defend fairness, due process, and the integrity of the city. The people of Corpus Christi elected our mayor. Whether every person agrees with her decisions she has made is not the issue here today. In a democracy, disagreement is normal. What's dangerous is when elected officials begin acting as judge and jury over another elected official without allowing the people themselves to decide. Removing a mayor is not something that should happen because of politics, pressure, frustration, or even a public spectacle. It is a serious action that affects the trust of our citizens placed in this entire council. Once the line is crossed, it changed how people view every elected official in this city. Today, I ask you to stop and think carefully about the message that you're sending here today to the people of Corpus Christi. If you're showing fairness and unity, or are we showing division and political punishment? It's not too late to do the right thing. It's not weakness to step by and reconsider. It is wisdom. True leadership is not about who has the power. It's about knowing when to restrain for the good of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Melinda De Los Santos, District 2. You know, I just can't understand how people don't just want truth to come out. And I just want, nationally, everybody's already seeing things that are going on across the nation. So much fraud with NGOs, so much fraud everywhere. I've seen fraud here that's been going on with the papers that were signed that people actually admitted there was fraud in it. I'm not here to condemn. I just want the truth to come out. I mean, I really think we would raise the trust of the people of our community if we just all listen to what went on, and for y'all to decide, hey, did this happen? Is there fraud that went on? That's all we're asking. I'm not here, I mean, yes, I understand there's paid people that come up here and stuff. I've spent a lot of free time researching a lot of things, and I'm really kind of disappointed about Corpus Christi across the border about, you know, with the water situation, the library. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of good people, and I commend people like Rachel that actually comes up, because I've heard there's a lot of retaliation that's going on with people's businesses and stuff, because they come up and speak, and a lot of people are afraid to come up and speak. Thank God I don't own a business, you know, because I've heard about that, and that's disappointing. I think people should be able to come up here and speak freely. We may not disagree. I don't disagree with everything on people that I have the same Republican, I'm a Republican. I don't agree with everybody on my Republican, but I can go agree, like I've gotten together and united with a lot of the Democrats to fight this water situation. So we're not gonna always agree and disagree, but I think people should be able to come up here and speak and not have any retaliation or not be condemned for coming up here to speak. We should just be proud that people do want to come up and speak. And again, I just hope everything does come out in the open so we can just have truth in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Michael Miller, District 2. I was originally asked to sign the paper copy of this petition. I was also asked to sign the online petition. I signed neither of them because I explained to the person that asked me to sign it that this is certainly not my style of doing things. But I am somebody that's been accused of a lot of things in this town. I remember a particular online tea timer accused me of promoting a particular at-large council person because I wanted to get more city contracts. Completely false. I remember a local, for lack of a better term, somebody that a lot of people go to for information, said that the reason why I opposed a particular water project is because I wanted to sell small desalination plants to the refineries. Complete falsehood. And in both of those instances, I wanted desperately the opportunity to face my accuser, but they blocked me. So if I was sitting in the mayor's position right now, I would welcome this process. If I knew 100% without a doubt that I was without fault, I would welcome the opportunity to face my accusers. And so there's a concerted effort to stop this. And if you've got nothing to hide, let's get it on. Let's do it. So keep the party going. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Man, I haven't run in a long time. Julian Hernandez, D3. I totally agree with the gentleman that just left. I've said it before here. I guess some people remember when I first started coming here.
Can you speak
a lot of people here remember when I first started coming here, and just sitting in the audience and listening to the things that were happening with different moral compasses. It was either my moral compass was skewed, believing that things were supposed to be done in a certain way, and what I seen here, it wasn't. Questions weren't asked. By a lot of folks, things were just, just passed while there was nobody here. I've said it before, maybe laws weren't broken, but we hold you guys in a higher standard. Ethically, you should do what's right. I know in my jobs before, if I did anything that was ethically incorrect or ethically wrong, I would have a consequence to pay, or asked, either go before a board or something that I had to learn internally. And last week there was some comment, some stuff that transpired that, we should hold everybody accountable, whether it's our contractors or whether it's our council folks and our mayor asking those follow-up questions and looking to the inside and not just be a yes person. So exactly what he said, I'd like to, if I was being accused, I'd like to face my accuser and go that route. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Tony Reyes, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm here as a citizen. I love you all. You do a lot for our city. They said there was 2,500 petitions. It's not even 1% of the city, of the population. That means 99 point whatever percent don't even care, or don't even feel that this is an issue. We all go by percentages, all of us. When we vote, when we go in front of the city, or there's a presentation, you want to know percentages. Well, you got 99%. They don't want this to happen. The other thing, when you stand up and you go in front of people and you give your presentation of who you are as a city council person, is the top 5 things that you're going to say, I voted not to have our mayor on city council. Or it could be the exact same other. I voted for a city council member not to be on board. And people would ask you the question, well, couldn't they vote them out? Yeah, they could have, but we decided, gone. We didn't want to hear what the people said. We wanted to hear what we said. So I'm here because, like I said, it's happening to our mayor. It could happen to you. Somebody can come out and say, we want you out. And I would stand up here too and say it's ridiculous, because it is. So I respect each one of you. I work with each one of you, and I really do hope that y'all can really look at this and say, hey, let's breathe heavy. Because if I was on the other side, would I want this to happen to me? Would I want this happen to me? Or I would want my voters to come out and tell me what is needed to be done. That's it. I respect each one of you. And I guess I will respect your decision too. But I want y'all to really think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we're going to close the public comment. Oh, we've got one more.
Yeah, I just think it's a shame that this very simple matter of asking for transparency and accountability in regards to federal documents that provide false information that was passed off as true. It's as simple as that, and it has been spun into this psychotic narrative of this politically motivated coup. The residents of Corpus Christi elect their officials. The residents of Corpus Christi have a right to hold their officials accountable. It's a simple thing.
Thank you.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. The reason I decided to sign the petition is because of words that came from the mouth of city staff that said that the council was informed that the documents are altered. And from that, and from watching the council meeting discussions, I mean, it's nothing else, just it seemed that there was something that needs to be looked at. And I actually think that residents and voters, we should be able to revoke our city leaders if we don't think that they're representing us. We should have a process where it's not just, they can't be held accountable, and that they shouldn't be. I think it's good to have that process. And I want accountability. I want good leadership. And I think that we see issues of that, of a lack of accountability across with the water issues. And I don't think that this is taking away from handling the water issues. Y'all handle so many things every single meeting. Y'all can do this. We can have accountability and also continue on with taking care of city operations. I want residents and the working class of the city to actually be the ones in control and deciding what our city does. And we shouldn't fear criticism. And in terms of elections, like we don't have good turnout rates for our elections. One of our council races was decided by a coin flip. Like, we already don't have a democracy in so many ways. Every single city has issues and fraud and systemic issues, and I've heard my whole life, and everyone knows that Corpus Christi is an old boys club, and like we can try and be better, and we can build something better.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we're on closed public comment. I would like motion to appoint Terry Shamsey as special counsel for the removal proceedings to advise on procedural, admissibility, or evidentiary issues.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same. Motion passes. Judge Shamsey, can you come up here? Thank you for agreeing to do this. Executive session. At this time, I move to go into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, Rule 1.05, to consult with attorneys concerning legal issues related to the pretrial hearing for the removal action of the mayor. We shouldn't be very long. Ready? I hereby move trial hearing on disqualification and other motions before the City Council be scheduled for May the 27th, 2026 at 9 o'clock a.m. and June the 2nd, 2026 at 9 o'clock a.m. What are we missing? Yeah. All in favor say aye.
Do we have a second? Do we need a second?
Oh, I need a second. Anybody?
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same. Motion, did you say no?
He said no. Yes, ma'am.
Motion carries. Moving to scheduling, to allow for proper calendaring and efficient proceedings, I move to have petitioners' counsel and mayor's counsel confer with each other and then with city's legal counsel for scheduling proposed dates of the hearing concerning the removal proceeding prior to the June 2nd, 2026. I further move to have the petitioners and mayor file with the city secretary prior to June the 2nd, 2026, a list of all witnesses to be called, including the scope of testimony, the anticipated duration of questioning for each witness, designation of expert witnesses, and labeled exhibits intended for the removal action hearing. June the 2nd. We agreed to June the 2nd back there.
Yes.
That was the first motion. This, on the scheduling, was June the 2nd. Where's Buck?
Let's see, is this on? Yes, June 2nd allows time for the conference and the requested documents to be provided to council.
Yeah, that gives them more time. Yes. Okay. Do we have to vote on that?
Okay, so you made the motion, and who seconded the motion? Is everyone clear on the date? So June 2nd is the correct date. For what Ms. Vaughn read. So she says, to allow for proper calendaring and efficient proceedings, I move to have the petitioner's counsel and mayor's counsel confer with each other and then with city's legal counsel for scheduling proposed dates of the hearing concerning the removal proceeding prior to the June 2nd pretrial hearing. So that's part of it. And then she further moved that the petitioners and mayor file with the city secretary prior to June 2nd a list of all witnesses to be called, including the scope of testimony, the anticipated duration of questioning for each witness, designation of expert witnesses, and labeled exhibits intended for the removal action hearing. So that's the entire motion. On the second, so
that was the first motion.
the deputy city attorney was recommending that date, just to allow people enough time.
So we have a meeting next week.
Yes, sir.
We have a meeting on June 2nd.
Correct.
And June 2nd is in our vote.
Sir?
Has nothing to do with this.
Well, it's going to be at 9 a.m., so it's going to be prior, so it won't be part of the June 2nd council meeting. It'll be prior to the June 2nd council meeting, a special meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so Ms. Vaughn made the motion, he seconded. Is everyone clear on what we're voting on?
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Can we see Ms. Campos, please?
Aye.
Sorry.
Okay.
We can see her, sorry, for it to count, we have to see her. Okay, Ms. Campos, it looks like your camera is off. If you wish for your vote to be recorded, we do need to see you. And if you're not able,
I'm here.
we can't see you though.
I don't know why I can see myself, but I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry, it looks like you're,
It's been with IT, yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, we're not able to see you.
Okay, motion carries. And that concludes our meeting, correct?
Yes, I believe that concludes all the
Thank you,
business
adjourn.
today.
You want to do this?
You didn't say.